taking the recruitment off Monroe Mountain. I know that you have the Boulder, Monroe, Dutton, and Fish Lake. Some of those elk are interchangeable, depending on where the pressure is. And we're, as a livestockman, we're getting inundated with wildlife. Private property in the fields. You go down off Wayne County, Jake, and go off Dry Valley in there and look in the field. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there's 300 head of deer. My property out at Big Rocks, 24 sitting there all the time, constantly right now. I know that we can get compensated. I don't think we need to be compensated. I think the private property owners don't want to be compensated. We're raising forage for our livestock, nothing else. Anyway, thank you.
Sterling will be followed by Troy Justison.
Thank you, members of the board. Sterling Brown, Utah Farm Bureau. Is this on? I just want to highlight from our perspective, members of the board, two things. One, years ago, I believe it was 2 rounds ago, I was a member of the committee that helped establish the elk plan. And as all of us know, or those in the room that have been a part of those kinds of committees know, it's a long, strenuous, oftentimes frustrating process as we bring merging ideas together to form a plan. And today's elk management plan, as we read it with a fine-tooth comb, does not say in there that decisions must incorporate livestock trends and needs. It doesn't say it in there. And as I cross-reference that plan with Utah law, and I think Mr. Morell's card that he keeps in his pocket is a cut and paste of what it says in the law. I'll just quote 2 lines. This is Title 23, Section 14. In establishing policy, the Wildlife Board shall seek to balance the habitat requirements of wildlife with the social and economic activities of man. And there's a couple other lines in there. Those of us in the room that participate in the legislature's rural caucus or the cowboy caucus, we know those legislators that ran this legislation, that put that language in there. We know the intent of that language because we associate regularly with that caucus that leveraged their support to put that on the books. And that language was specifically, among other things, but specifically to incorporate, to fairly weave in the needs and demands and trends of the livestock industry. And that's my message to the board today is you're following the elk management plan. Letter of the law, the recommendations support that, at least we believe. But we don't feel like the plan represents the law. We don't feel that the agriculture needs have sufficiently been addressed. That is not necessarily the division's fault completely, because in many ways I'm a broken record, and my predecessors have said the same speech. You folks manage wildlife, and the Forest Service determines livestock numbers, and so there's a disconnect. What my message and plea to the board is can we stop the broken record and insert some creative new thinking so that as these annual recommendations are put before you, that more bluntly, more carefully, the needs and trends of a moving target of climate change and droughts and all these different things are incorporated so that livestock needs and wildlife can be equally sustainable on a limited resource. We feel like, again, livestock industry has taken it in the shorts with many of these unit by unit recommendations. We're in a drought cycle, at least in many regions of the state. There's many other factors that, of course, determine livestock AUMs and wildlife, economic factors, and on and on and on. I don't mean to sound like it's wildlife that's at the demise of livestock. That's certainly not the case. We hold hands, wildlife and livestock, in sustaining our industries. But to the extent that this board can adhere to the intent of the legislature as relates to that specific title and section, we feel we're weak, perhaps fractured in that from our perception. Thank you.
I got a question for you. I hear what you're saying, but I don't hear a recommendation from you. The gentleman back here from the cattlemen brought up the spike hunt and some things that I can work with. I understand your gripe, but what do you want me to vote on today that can address that?
The trends of deer and elk are on the increase. The permits are not matching the same trend, Mr. Board Member. We need to significantly increase permits to bring down these elk wildlife numbers to match the trends, so that if there's an increase in wildlife, there's an increase in livestock. If there's a decrease in livestock. But it's not equal right now, John. That's my recommendation. You're getting more than we are, frankly. And our membership is part of you. You know that. But the way it's built, it's not.
So you're not just talking about the bucks and bulls. A lot of what you're saying would probably be more suited towards the antlerless numbers.
As a general comment, it's big game. But for sake of today's discussion, it's deer and elk.
Okay, thank you.
Troy, and that's the last card I have. If anybody else wants to get in, why we need a card up front in a hurry.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. We'd like to support the division's recommendations with 3 exceptions, and a lot of them have been brought up through the racks. First of which is we had asked that the board recommend or make the decision to go by the 2013 permit numbers on the Paunsaugunt and the Henrys. As it was brought up earlier, that the Deer Committee is meeting right now and discussing the 5-year plan. There is some recommendation to change those things. We recognize that there is a downward trend, especially on the Paunsaugunt, on buck-to-doe ratio. So rather than inflate tags this year and have to go next year and change it, if those changes are made, we'd ask that you just stick with the 2013 numbers. We'd also recommend on the Central Manti and Nebo on the elk that we stay with the 2013 numbers. I think it's 430 versus 453. That number's been hovering right around 6.1, 6.2 right there. Yeah, a little bit over it, but not much. And we just ask we leave it one more year to see what that trend does. I recognize the things that the cattlemen have brought up and understand that, but I think one thing we got to remember here too is we've done an awful lot to increase forage, not only for wildlife, but for cattle. We're not the ones dictating to them, saying you have to take your cows out of there. There's a lot of places we can work together. We're in favor of them. Grazing's good in a lot of aspects. But for us to shoulder the blame and say, hey, you guys got to take, it's not fair, we bring up the social and economic things. Social and economics reaches far beyond one lifestyle. It impacts guys who have grocery stores, guide businesses, gas, food, lodging, everything. And so it's not that simple just to say, hey, we got to take care of one form of life. All man, not just cattlemen. So if there's things we can do to benefit them, I'm for that. But I think we've done our part to try and raise the forage, the feed, to support the animals we love to chase and admire. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the last comment card that I have. So that closes the questions and the comments for this session of the Wildlife Board. I'm going to summarize how each RAC voted on this particular item. I'm going to start with the Central Region. They voted to accept as presented 7-1. The North region voted unanimous to accept this as presented. The Northeastern voted to accept with the exception that the Ponsegant and the Henry trophy deer tags stay the same as 2013, and that the Central Mountains Manti bull elk tags stay the same as 2013. The Southeastern region voted to accept the recommendations with the exception of the Manti unit remain at 430, which was last year's permit numbers, and that was voted unanimous in their region. In the Southern region, they voted to provide an additional 10 any weapon bull elk permits on the Southwest Desert unit, and that vote was 8 in favor with 2 opposed. The second amendment, that there be no increase in trophy buck permits on the Ponsegant and Henry Mountain units, that passed 6 in favor and 4 opposed. Before I turn this over to discussion from the Wildlife Board, I want to talk a little bit about the Southern Region meeting, if I might. Mr. Morrell mentioned that there was quite a few people there from the beaver landowners, as well as out in the Southwest Desert, as well as on the Panguitch Lake. They're in a long extended drought down in that part of the country, St. George, Cedar City. The further north you come, maybe a little bit less. When you get up into Weber, I've noticed that they're probably pretty good. So the northern end of the state's doing a little bit better than the southern. Well, a lot better than the southern. Anyway, some of the landowners wanted some additional permits put on the beaver, which was antlerless. And, we'll take care of that in a minute when we go to the antlerless things. But the one motion that I think Mr. Morrell made on the 10 any weapon bull elk permits, I think he did that because of the drought and the things. I can't speak for that, but I think he made that motion because of the number of animals that are on that unit and the drought related that some of the people were I don't want to say complaining there, that they were concerned about. But I think the majority of those, when we look at the antlerless permits here in a minute, if we got some more concerns there, I think we can take care of some additional permits there. The other thing I want to bring up is a year ago when we were holding this meeting, a lot of the same things were being brought up. We were in a drought. We can't hold these permits. We need to take a few more elk off and different things like that. And a couple years ago, we had the same thing in I think it was the Northeast region. And the division came in, I think it was in the July, August meeting, and we put some additional cow elk tags out there because they recognized they had a plan in place at that time. So I'm saying that I think there's some things in the work. If things get bad in the southern region in those drought areas, the division and the Wildlife Board is prepared to take care of those issues probably at a July, August meeting. I'm speaking probably for myself because I don't know the feelings of the other Wildlife Board members, Director Sheehan, Justin Shan, and some of the others. But we've dealt with this before, and they've handled it before. Mr. Morrell had several other things that he brought up in his presentation, and I'm going to ask the director to go over part of those. The one that I will hit on that I know didn't happen is we did not eliminate the spike hunt on the Monroe Mountain. We eliminated the rifle hunt. We still have the muzzleloader hunt and an archery hunt on that mountain. So I'm going to turn the time over to Director Sheehan.
Jake, I'd just like to point out, if you'll examine the record, I voted against that crap too, so don't forget that.
I just want to thank everybody who commented today. Respond to a few items. I think there's certainly, when we see these drought conditions out there, it raises concern by everyone, not only for the livestock folks who are looking for forage, looking for adequate watering locations for their livestock so they can keep them spread around the mountain, but for us as well. You know, these sorts of times tend to congregate animals. Later today, we'll talk a little bit about wild horses and some of those impacts out in the western part of the southwest part of the state. But I'm sensitive to those concerns. I think, our code does say, we need to look at the value to the people, to the variety of social aspects, the economic aspects. And I think Troy Justensen made a good point a moment ago that those are varied. All of those categories apply to our livestock industries, our private property owners, as well as our sportsmen and others who appreciate those values. Is it troubling to me when we have excessive levels of wildlife that get onto private lands and hurt those crop values? It does bother me. We've increased not really just the payments, because I don't think, like Mr. Morrell said, this isn't really just about payments. It's about trying to grow some hay. So if you get moved off an allotment early, you got something to feed those. Can't always just go buy hay, and it's not cheap right now. But we have increased our resources to do a couple of things. One, to move or to get technicians out there and get those animals off that property and haze them away. And hopefully we'll have some success at that. We've created different strategies for hunting, and we've increased that through some of our recommendations right now as far as the types of permits that we're selling to make those easier, so it's not so much drawing permits to get to some of the cows. And we'll talk about cow elk hunting a little bit later today, but I think a lot of the comments we heard from the livestock folks would pertain and maybe brought up again as we talk about what strategies are we using to keep those cow elk down. With regards to the spike hunt decision, I think part of it isn't just that. I think we're going to see continued increases in cow permits. We realize if some of those spikes aren't being killed, that we've got to take other elk out in their place. And of course that could be cows or should be cows in most cases. But it also does a couple things. What we've done, and I think everyone here is aware, elk are very sensitive to hunting pressure. They get real trained up real fast on where and how to avoid getting shot at. We've pushed some animals around. Right now when we do our winter counts, we're under objective for elk on the Monroe, yet we end up finding ourselves over objective on the Dutton, which is right next door. And part of that's caused by the pressure that we put on. Hopefully by removing a little bit of this spike hunting, we're going to be able to draw some of those elk back off of there, and then be able to get after hunting them a little bit more aggressively again. Right now, we've trained those, particularly a lot of those bulls, to get out of there. That's why we've had problems meeting age class on that unit. That's why we are having a hard time managing some of that. The Monroe's easy for hunters to get to. The Dutton's not. I think most of you are aware of that as well. But we've got to look at and continue to look at creative ways. I think Sterling brought that up, to get after these populations. I could tell you, we don't have any sneaky tactics in the back room to figure out how to increase these animals above objectives, and to not be willing to deal with these animals on these drought types of years. But it can be tough. Sometimes it's easy to say, just put more hunting permits and you'll get there. And what we're finding out is sometimes, we've seen that up in the Wasatch, sometimes just piling more cow tags on doesn't result in dead animals. And we'll talk about that some more this afternoon on these cow elk tags. We've got to have different strategies that will get us there. As far as your comment, Sterling, about what are we doing to coordinate our elk numbers with the federal numbers, it's tough to do because there's different factors that at times drive what the feds are doing on their permit numbers. As Troy brought up, we've done over 1.1 million acres of habitat restoration in the state, and most of it, or a large part of it's been in the southern region. You can drive anywhere and see that. That is creating forage. Even with some of these drought years, you still got a lot more forage on some of those restored areas than you would if it's all, heavily overrun with pinyon and juniper. It's a fine balancing act, and I think we've seen some growth in deer. Certainly, we've been trying for a long time to get some deer populations back, and we're finally seeing some of that. Now we've got to deal with that. It's difficult. We for 20 years here, 15, 20 years, we essentially didn't hunt doe deer. And now we may be getting back to a point in some areas where we may have to change some hunting strategies there to control some of those numbers. But I do believe strongly that we can't rely on the backs of private landowners who are raising crops to feed wildlife. We've got to create some buffers. We've done some things to help some of those landowners. Last year, we changed the rule that allowed us to issue permits out to those landowners that they can use to hunt not only on their property, but create buffers. And these are permits that can be sold. So you don't have to have a CWMU or a big landowner association to be able to do two things with that wildlife. One, haze some of them out of there just by that hunting pressure, and two, give you a little bit bigger area to do that in. Now, certainly we're not going to be out doing big hunts in April and May when some of these animals come down on the fields. It is a complex issue. And all I could say is we need to step it up. If we're going to grow these animals, we got to take care of them. And for those who felt the burden, I apologize for that. But for those who are counting on us to grow wildlife, to provide that opportunity, not only for the hunting that they enjoy, but for some of the economic values that come with that in these local communities, and those who enjoy getting out and seeing that wildlife, that's important as well. I think this discussion will continue throughout the day. I think when we get into the antlerless permit recommendations later, we'll probably be readdressing some of these issues. But as far as the drought, I think our chairman here mentioned it a moment ago. We're willing to respond in as aggressive a way as I think we can without over hunting our populations in these drought areas. We did it 2 years ago. We'll call an emergency meeting and hunt these animals. But before we full on go shoot them, it takes a long time to grow these back. There's got to be some level of balance. We don't have the option to pull them off the range and give them supplemental feeding and put them back on at some point. When we kill them, they're gone and they won't be back next year, whether we have a good water year or not. Those herds need to rebuild. So I think we've got certainly a vastly increased number of cow elk permits we'll talk about today. And let's watch this drought situation. We may need to, we at this point, the way things are looking, it's likely that we're going to need to get together and get some more permits in southern Utah or certainly southwestern Utah this year. But we need to see exactly where we're at before we do that. And hopefully we won't see too many adverse impacts between now and then. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director. With that, we're going to turn the time to the board for discussion. If I might, I wrote some notes down here on some of the things that were brought out in all the meetings. The Henrys and the Ponsegant deer tags stay the same as last year. And I just want to note that our deer plan is in an extended year. It should have been redone a year ago. It's a year overdue. The manti was voted on in a couple of the regions to stay the same as the numbers in 2013. Then in the Southwest Desert, out of the southern region, they had a motion for 10 additional bull tags. And if I might, I think a good way to fix that one would maybe stay the same as what the division recommended. But when we go to the antlerless side, I think we could throw another 50 antlerless tags on top of that if you wanted to help offset some of the concern down there. That's my feelings. I don't know what you guys' are. Anyway, that's kind of a summary of all the racks and their comments, and I'll turn it to you guys for discussion. John Bear.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address first off the Ponsegont and the Henry's numbers. I know if we look at the plan, it says there's room for an increase. But when people wait for years to draw those units and put in for those units, they're putting in for those units the way they are today. With big bucks, it's a premium unit. And every time we add tags, we change those units and we change the quality on those units. It's only 2 units. They're probably 2 of the best 3 deer units in the world. When you just add in the strip in Arizona, I think you'd have the 3 best deer units in the world right there within a few miles of each other. We are in a plan year. That deer plan's being worked on right now, and I think the right thing to do for these 2 units, these are quality units. These are not opportunity units. People draw these units to shoot the biggest buck they've ever seen. And that's why they wait so long to get them. And I think the smart thing to do would be to leave those permit numbers, the trophy numbers, the same as they were in 2013, like has been discussed and recommended by a couple of the racks and here today by some people. And then let the deer committee decide if we want to keep managing them the way we are or if we want to tweak how we're doing that. But I think on those 2 units, the safe thing to do would be to keep those numbers, the trophy numbers, at 2013 level. So I'd like to make that motion that on the Henrys and the Ponsegont, we keep the trophy permit numbers the same as in 2013.
Okay, so you'd like to bring that out right now as your motion to leave those the same as 2013?
What are the number differences, John or Justin? What are the differences on those 2 units between 13 to 14? Are we talking 100 deer? Or are we talking 2 or 3?
We're talking 3 permits on the Henry Mountains. So last year the recommendation was 48. This year we're recommending 51. And
Okay.
on the Ponsegont,
Pretty small difference.
yeah, difference of 9 on the Ponsegont.
Okay.
So.
Is that a big deal? To some it is, because a lot, I mean, obviously people are saying, hey, let's keep it down low. You're recommending a little more. Is that for more opportunity, or do you feel there's the animals are there to harvest?
How I feel is probably irrelevant. What we have is a plan. Sorry, I don't mean that.
You're the expert.
I don't mean
You're
that in a
the
negative
expert.
way. Well, I guess what I'm saying is we have a management plan, and so if we're exceeding our targets, then we have to increase, and that's the recommendation that we have to come with. So that's where we're at with it. It is the spirit of that unit is a trophy unit, but with that said, we're doing our best to manage to the plan. So
Let me clarify, you don't have to increase. You have to recommend an increase.
yeah.
The animals are there. What you're saying is the animals and the age class is there. We just as well add a few more permits and give some more opportunity.
Well, what it is we set targets, and there's a lot that goes into that. And so I don't want to undermine all the efforts that went into these plans. These plans are written with committees. They're taken with a lot of public input, and they're passed by the Wildlife Board. And so at that point, I feel like, well, I guess I do feel, because, we
What you feel doesn't matter. You just said that,
it
Justin.
doesn't matter. But
Yeah, it does.
The recommendation we have to come with needs to follow the plan, and that's what we've done. So.
So the division's suggestion is the plan was such that there's more animals in that age class, and so they can be harvested without an adverse impact on the whole unit.
Yeah, we're exceeding the age objective. We're exceeding buck to doe ratios in some cases, which on the management buck side of it. So yeah, if we're exceeding those objectives, certainly.
Why not?
Why not? It's
Why
a
not?
good question.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
What are our population trends looking like on the Henrys right now, overall?
Henrys are stable. I think we're 100 or 200 below objective there. And the Ponsagon, I'd have to look off the top. I'm not sure what they're doing right now. Teresa, do you know population trend on the Ponsagon?
You know, I think these two units, we've created, a few years ago, sort of this mathematical model for this hunting. Do we do that anywhere else?
Ponsagon is stable.
You know, on these two units, do we do any other unit assessments based on this sort of modeling, if you will, of these age classes on deer?
No. I mean, this is with the age classes. It's straight. What was harvested? We get the teeth. We age them, and that's what it is. Population objectives and things like that. That's where we start talking doe hunts and different things. So this is strictly for bucks. It's where you at in your buck to doe ratio, and what is your age objective, and we're exceeding the age objective. Hence the increase in our recommendation.
Justin, while you're there, though, will you explain on the Ponsagon, or bring up that slide again, how the buck to doe ratio wasn't as large in 2000, it was down to 40?
Yeah, correct.
So 2 years ago, we were at 47, and now we're at 40, but we're in a stable, is that what Teresa said?
Sorry, the population. Let's separate some
The
things.
whole population is stable.
Bucks is the recommendation now. Population as a whole has been stable on the Henrys and the Ponsagon. And the Henrys over the last several years has been growing, but from last year to this year, it's probably stabled off a little bit. So that's the population. When we're talking about bucks, our buck to doe ratio on the Ponsagon has a declining trend, but the average ages are increasing.
I understand.
So
Thank you, Justin.
yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Both good points.
can I clarify one thing? My motion is just for the trophy buck tags, not the management tags.
That is correct.
There will still be an increase in management tags. There will still be more deer being taken there. This is just for the trophy tags.
Trophy tags. Any other discussion on this side? Mike, you got anything?
No, I just, I always get concerned, and this happens, seems like almost every meeting when we come, we always have, always maybe not the right word, but oftentimes we have these management plan, or these recommendations come forward, and as Justin mentioned, they bring forward the recommendation based on the plan, and yet very quick to want to change that. And it's hard, I would guess it's hard for these guys to do their jobs if they're not going to be able to come knowing that these recommendations that they're going to make based on the plan are going to be questioned every time. And maybe they should be questioned, but I don't think it's unreasonable to expect them to try and do their jobs based on what they're tasked with doing. It's, in my mind, the plan is not overdue because it was extended a year by us or whomever, so that year was set aside to help figure things out, and I think that's what they're trying to do. So in my mind, we haven't, the plan's not overdue, and in my mind, I think that a little bit ago, we said we're not going to have two-pole fishing until free two-pole fishing until we go into after July 1st when the new law goes into effect. That's a difference of a law and a management plan, but it's the same principle. In a little while, we're going to talk about wild horses, and we're all going to say, we want the BLM to follow their management plan.
Let me clarify why I'm making this decision again, or why I made this motion again. It's not because I don't think Justin's not doing a fabulous job. The plan is to kind of keep us on track and to be a measuring tool. Our job is not to rubber stamp plans. Our job is not to just go with whatever. Our job as the board is to take into account every interest group. The division looks at the data, the harvest data, the age data. That's where their plan comes from. Our job entails much more than that. There's much more that we have to look at. And I don't think tweaking the numbers by a couple is doing any disrespect to the plan and or to the biologists. I talk to Justin all the time about this kind of stuff, about, well, we'll tweak this up or this down, or what do you think about this, or what do you think about that? We're not that far out of place from the plan. We will always continue to look at the plan to make sure we're not going clear out in left field. But as a board, if we can't take into account all these different interests in what we're trying to do here and just strictly go with the plan, then we're not necessary. So, once again, I think we're well within our bounds to adjust these numbers.
Yeah, and I'd like to mention, I think that's why we have this public process and these RAC meetings, so that we can hear everybody that's here today and their opinions. And go back to you, Steve.
I'd like to second his motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Bear and a second by Steve Dalton to leave the Henry Mountains and the Paunsaugunt deer numbers, with the exception of the management, their tags the same as last year. So we have that as a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Hear from Steve why he seconded that motion.
I just want to make sure we're going to maintain the quality on those premium limited entry units. We're meeting with, I'm on the Mule Deer Planning Committee as well, and there'll be a lot of discussion within this committee over this very issue. And like John said, let's keep the quality there. Make sure we're not compromising that. The statistics tell us that we're not, but they also told us that we would never reach a 5-year average on our age on those bucks. We did that. So, and like you said, that's the reason for the interest in these units. And I'm inclined to try and initiate a direction where we add a couple more units with the same management strategies as this, so that there is more hunter opportunity. But let's make sure we're not compromising it with these 2 units at this stage.
Thanks, Steve. Any other discussion?
Just one more thought. What makes these units different than the rest of our limited entry deer units?
Justin, you can answer that.
That's a good question. Our other limited entry units are managed for $25 to $35 per 100 does, and that's it. No age objectives, no anything like that. So these have the highest buck to doe ratios in the state, and they also have an age objective that demands quality. So
Say that again, please.
they have an age objective that ensures quality on these units as well.
Demands quality.
Demands quality.
Demand quality, yes.
So.
I think we beat it to death, Mr. Chairman. Let's see where everybody's at here.
I'd just like to say one more thing. I hope, and maybe John interpreted it this way, that we as a board have to rubber stamp everything that the division does. That's not my point at all. Talking about 3 permits, which in some people's world is probably a great big thing. In others, it's probably not.
Okay. I'm going to call for a motion on the vote so that we can get going on this, okay? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. So we got 3 there. All those against? We have 3 there. I'm going to vote for the motion. Motion carries. Okay. The next one that I have down is going to be a little discussion that came out of the southeast region on the Manti elk numbers, if you want to do a little discussion on that. The division had a increase of approximately 20 tags, am I right, Justin? From a year ago?
23.
Exactly.
While you're looking that up, Justin, can you find out how many we increased it last year?
Yeah, I'll have that both right here.
I think we split it a year ago.
I think we did too.
So last year on the Manti, we were at 430. This year's recommendation is 453. And in 2012, it was 406.
Or what was it?
406.
406.
So in order, 2012 was 406, 2013 was 430, and this year we're recommending 453.
Okay, I got one more question on that. So you've increased from 406 to 430. Now you're saying we want to go to 453. So you've increased every year. Your age objective is 5.5 to 6, and you were at 6'1", 6'2", 6'2". So we've still been steadily climbing, meaning there's opportunity. The animals haven't gone anywhere. The age is still there. The quality is still there, and we've increased the permits, which is why you're still increasing, because we're over objective.
Yeah, we're slightly over objective, so it's a slight increase in permits, and we're just trying to get there. So.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Justin. That the last 3 years, as far as the age goes, 6.2 twice, I think, and 6.1. How many? How low would you have to go next year, as far as looking at the average age of the harvest, to drop you down below your objective?
Oh, to where we were, to where our 3-year average was under 5.5? Is
Yeah.
that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Probably have to kill probably a 3.5 to 4-year-old bull realistically.
The average is probably going to have to be somewhere. Oh, sorry, I'm just saying the average probably would have to drop below 4 in order to bring that 3-year average down
One thing that we've
below
done,
5.5.
if I can make a point real quick, one thing that we've done with the recommendation this year is we generally have a 65-35 split, meaning the early hunters have 65% of the permits, the late hunters have 35. This year the region moved that to a 60-40 split, and what that'll do is even though we're increasing permits, more of those tags are going to go to the later hunt, which has a lower success rate, and it generally has a lower age of bull taken as well. And so even though we're increasing 23 permits, we may not kill that many more elk, and those that we do may have a lower age anyways to try to get to our objective.
So you put them on the late hunt.
Yeah, something to consider. Yeah.
You know, that there's a little bit of discussion on that. I made the motion last year, I think, to split the increase is what we did, and the year before we didn't do an increase. We stayed the same. I'm a little more comfortable with your recommendation, being it's going to the late hunt. Having hunted that late hunt a couple of years ago myself, it's a grind. It's tough, and those big bulls have a way of disappearing into the timber, or they're broke, and I think that'll kind of almost work maybe as a management hunt, because when you get on that late hunt and it gets to the last day, you take what you can get, and usually it ain't. I mean, you're going to kill a few big bulls, but that's a tough hunt. That's a very tough hunt. So if we're putting them to the late hunt, if you were going to stack them all in the rut, I'd have a concern. But if we're putting them on the late hunt, I think that'd probably target some of the lesser bulls that maybe we need to move. So.
I might bring out that, again, that 4 of the racks didn't have a motion on this, but 2 of the racks did have a motion on this, the northeast and the and the Southeast wanted to leave those the same as a year ago. And Southeast was unanimous on that. I know that a lot of that's in their kind of in their backdoor yard, things like that, but a lot of those people know what's on the mountain, and it really kind of comes to heart on some of them. But let's go on with discussion, decide whether you want to leave this the way it is or go on to the next one, and we'll make it one big motion, whatever you want to do.
I got some comments on some of the comments that were made. And I guess I'll give my comments before we tackle a motion. I have to agree with Mr. Hallows and Mr. Morrill in their assessment of livestock versus wildlife. The livestock get pushed around because obviously it's easier. The livestock come and go. It's kind of a put and take. You put the animals out there either in the fall or in the spring, and you take them off. So it's pretty easy for the federal officials, either whether it be BLM or Forest Service, to say, hey, you've got to take X number of animals or a % off, and that's pretty easy. I understand it's not that easy with the wildlife, but I don't think we're being balanced here. I've always said I am not anti-wildlife, but I think we need to have some equality. If there's an issue and the livestock are coming off, then we need to do something with the wildlife. Now, I'm not saying we round them up like they used to do with the jackrabbits and surround them and club them. I'm not saying we're gonna do something to take a boatload of animals off, but I don't think we're doing enough. It's not equitable, what's going on. Now, how that equity is, whether we do an across-the-board increase or just whether you do it with antlered, whether you do it with antlerless, I don't have the answer, but I don't think we're doing enough. In the long run, your wildlife are going to suffer, I think. You know, you look at the age, not the age objective, but the the population trends for your elk. You know, in 2000 we were 62,000. Today we're 81,500-ish. You know, for the last 10 years we've seen a steady increase in elk numbers. And I think in those last 10 years you've seen a steady decrease in the livestock numbers. Now, whether that's correlated or not, I can't say if guys have gone out of business for one reason or another, but I don't think we're being equitable. Troy talked about the habitat increase and the habitat that the work that they've done, and the director mentioned that too. 1.1 million acres, and the majority of that, I'm guessing, is on public lands. You know, so you won't see a lot of livestockmen put a lot of money into a public land allotment. It's too expensive. Those permits are, you know, if you go out and put $100,000 into a permit, and a couple of years later the forest or the BLM can come along and say, hey, sorry, you're out of here, see you later. You just put a bunch of money into something that you're not going to be around. They will come in and do some water treatments because they're less expensive, and those also benefit the wildlife. But how many million acres of private land, how many hay fields do the wildlife come into? You know, I look at my range. I don't do a lot on my public land as far as putting a lot of improvements, although I treat my public land the same as my private. I want to see it improve. I do a lot of improvement on my private lands, and whatever's good for the livestock is good for the wildlife. So yeah, you won't see a lot of ranchers put a lot of money into public lands, but they put an awful lot of money into private lands, and we all know that wildlife do not stay on public lands. They come on the private lands just as much. So don't think that you're the only ones putting a lot of money into wildlife habitat. It goes on in private lands. It's just not as wildlife habitat, but it does enhance the wildlife. We're almost 15% over on our statewide objective for the elk. And again, I don't think we're doing enough to manage that. And whether you want to address that in the antlerless and increase more antlerless, whether you want to take some opportunity with the antlered, I guess I don't have the answer right now, but I don't think we're doing enough. You read a lot of the comments in the, I don't know if it was the south or the southern region, where there's a lot of animal. They want more antlerless taken off on the West Desert. I know the Yardleys around Beaver and west of Beaver, there's a lot of animals. Whether you take it antlerless or antlered, something needs to be done. but we're not being equitable in our treatment of the livestock and the wildlife. So with that, I guess I'll make a motion that we accept the division's recommendation, including increasing the central from 430 to 453. That's only 23 animals. It's in a late hunt. You're not going to be that successful anyway, but let's give it a shot.
So you're making a motion just on that one item then?
No, I'm going to make a motion on the
On the-
balance
the
of
balance
the division's
is what I
recommendation,
understood.
which would include leaving the Manti at 453, the 2014 level.
Okay, so we have a motion by Calvin Crandall to accept the remainder of the division's recommendations on bucks and bulls and once-in-a-lifetime permit numbers. And we have a second by Bill Fenimore.
I have a question about that. Are there issues that you have written down that we haven't talked about?
One other one.
What is it?
In the southern region, we had the Southwest Desert, where the southern region voted for 10 additional bull tags to help deal with drought issues down there. And I think you could take care of those with more antlerless permits in the following agenda item.
What does the division have to say about that recommendation? I mean, and the difference between doing it with bull tags and antlerless tags, or is it necessary?
If the goal is to lower the population, it probably is more appropriate to do it with antlerless tags. Killing 10 more bulls don't contribute to much to population decline or growth as much as the cows do. So if that's the goal of the board, it's probably more appropriate with cows.
But would it take more than 10 more antlerless though?
Yeah, certainly.
I mean, you'd almost need to go to 100, maybe even 1,000 to really make a difference.
Easy, cowboy.
Hey.
Easy.
Do you know how fast the recruitment comes back? You know, I didn't mention it, but you cut your pronghorn down. I've got some pronghorn out in my ranch in Wyoming. Now, granted, they're in Wyoming. If my cow herd was as prolific as those antelope were, I tell you what, guys, I'd be sitting fat and happy more than I am now, because those things are the most prolific animals. So I have issues with decreasing the antelope numbers. I mean, you could wipe them out to the last two on the face of the earth, and within 5 years, they're right back to where they were 5 years ago.
Sound like the southern region.
Oh, they're a very close cousin to rabbits. They are.
In some
They are.
places.
So anyway,
Getting back to the motion then. We have a motion by Calvin, second by Bill. Bill.
I had one more part to that
All right.
question. Is it needed in the division's mind? Is that an issue that needs to be addressed?
Is what needed exactly to kill 10
Well,
more
yeah.
bulls?
Is that killing 10 bulls going to solve a problem or help lead to the solution of a problem?
I mean, it's probably 8 or 9 less bulls on the unit, and that's why I was saying whatever the goal of the board is, because they're separate things. If you want population regulation, it's better done with cows. For the recommendation for bulls came based on an age objective, and we were over that objective, and that's why we increased on the West Desert. I mean, if it's felt that wasn't a big enough increase, certainly.
Is that
But we felt like that would help us get in the right direction in regards to the age objective.
BLM land out there?
Well, go ahead. Just a comment on your question on is it needed, Mike? It's a population thing. Well, you'll see when we come into antlerless, our recommendation on antlerless permits went from 150 to 365. However, there isn't any place in the state that's in worse condition right now than the Southwest Desert, and it's only gotten worse since we made our recommendation. And so the question as to whether it's needed, we thought it would be needed to a certain extent, and so we made a recommendation relative to that. But I would say it certainly hasn't gotten better, and it may have gotten worse since we made that recommendation.
And so your recommendation in the antlerless is to increase the antlerless tags by,
I think it was
100
from
plus.
150 to 365.
and is that directed at that particular unit?
Yes, that's for the Southwest
just for
Desert.
that unit.
But again, that area of the state is sitting at about 30% of normal moisture.
Yeah.
And so since the time that we even made that recommendation, the situation certainly hasn't gotten better.
So what he's saying is, even though we have 10 additional permits for big bulls, if I might correct, put my 2 cents in there, is if you're looking to control the population, you'd be better off to do it on the antlerless than you would on the bull end. And that's the way I feel too.
Hey, Calvin, I'll trade you 10 big bulls for 75 cows. How's that?
Okay,
Still ain't enough.
so do you have any other comments, Mike? Any other questions? Okay, so all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Motion is unanimous. Papers. Our next item is antlerless permit recommendations for 2014. And this is going to take probably another hour, 2 hours. Stacy, do you know whether we're good for lunch or?
We're good for lunch.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to adjourn for lunch.
Before we adjourn for lunch, I need a few minutes. I have another commitment. I'm going to leave during lunch, so I will not be here this afternoon. But I need to be on record that we're not doing enough for the elk. We need to take more elk off the range because we're not being equitable between the livestock and the wildlife. So this afternoon in your antlerless, whether we do a 10-to-1 or 100-to-1, like I say, I don't think we need to go out there with clubs and surround it. But maybe we need to take some off the West Desert and round up and push them back out there to thin the herd. Guys, we're not doing enough to thin the herd. We need to take some more antlerless off. These guys in the southern southwest region, they're in a world of hurt. It's not right. It's not right. We need to do more. Also, with the wild horse issue, I don't think there's anybody that doesn't know that we're not just a little bit over objective. We're way over objective. Now that's out of our control, but whatever we can do to, I don't know whether to say strong arm the BLM to get their act together and get those horses taken care of, whatever it takes, guys. Whatever it takes. Like I say, I'm not against the wildlife. I'm not against the horses, but things have got to be kept in check. You can't keep one in check without the other. It's all about equity.
So we'll excuse you for the afternoon then?
You'll have to excuse me for the afternoon.
Calvin, one point that I think is going to be heard this afternoon too, or a little earlier you mentioned that we're near 15% or something over on our overall elk. And,
Yeah.
and Justin will talk about that, but I think there's an important point there too. Most of that over objective numbers that we have are in the northern region where we've got a lot of large property, large landowners.
Large private that you can't get on to hunt, and they want the animals, they want the big trophy for the high dollars.
So as we talk about that, I think, we need to keep in mind too, there's some very large private ranches who are quite interested in being over objective, and that's tough for us to get out.
I understand that, but I also understand the guys, the comments from the livestockmen in Beaver, they're being overrun too. I don't know how that stacks up with the objective. Whether they're moving, or your objective might be even, but you might be way under on one. You mentioned was it the Monroe? You're a little under, but the Dutton's way high because elk migrate. I understand that, but we still need somehow. We've got to address that equality issue.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Sterling.
Upstairs. Stacy, is lunch upstairs? Yeah, there is. There's 3 of them in there.
He broke in there. He was.
Depends on how much you get paid for those too long.
Open the door and there's that measure.
At that 7-footer, you could. On front of your car, on front of your truck. Yeah.
I'm going to leave this up here.
You always wanted my terms.
Right. Right. I understand that we're not necessarily enemy, but.
Yep. You know, man. No, we got a trap shoot on.
The perception is we don't, because we just keep going on and
And exhausted all the possibilities to come up with.
Getting close, yeah. We're slowing down. We got one in June and one.
Can I get your signature?
Gotta go hunting there. You gotta go, yeah.
That was kind of nice.
Social media.
and experience.
Sure.
Somebody has explained to them.
Has its purpose, you know, as
We're not against the lights, we're not against that.
so that particular time, every saw issues, and had said, okay, here's
I understand, it's a lot easier for me to do this. My life for it to take in.
have that right, I get that.
That was where I felt like stock would get all. Yep.
For 5,000.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Guys get much rain?
Have to be in this plan, though, I have to have X number of acres. And even in a land, well,
Right. It actually talks a lot about that.
talked a little bit about that, I brought it up. People didn't.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Good to see ya. Oh, with who, I'm sorry, who is this?
There you go, there's,
See, and I teach a couple of wildlife biology classes in high school.
there were some people left, I mean, the first. So they had to do an open.
Anyway, we're gonna.
Went down to where your permits were.
Okay, where we're at.
They took us out, they took the land over.
And then I'm gonna be here for that. And then I'm gonna go up to my office and start writing this right here. But so I'm gonna let Amy join me when that's done. And then come back down here. So if we
On the sheep tag. Yeah, there you go. I can rub on it. Yeah. And that's exactly.
You can't go out there and they're making money. That's because he's making money. Mac Walsh, he's taking a hit on the fish lately.
As far as what the division recommendation with that increase
He just took a 50%.
What do you think?
Cutting your livestock, yeah.
And
So they voted it. There's 12 packs.
Really an issue, just for the
Buried
absentee.
inside, nobody questions it with the rack. There was something, but every rack voted on the recommendations. Yeah, the numbers, it'll support the numbers, what we need to look and do.
100 all winter long down there on our private land.
Plenty of rams there.
because he comes out there twice a year.
Limited points of access, so just do like we did on Range Creek, and split the season. Right now, you're pushing a 50-day season. 5-day season.
And maybe it wouldn't be so bad. You'd get a couple of limbers, a couple of.
Every 50 head of deer you're
Close to 80 to 100 animals coming off this year, and then the park is actually, their recommendations, it allows to take 65 or 70 out of the park. You know, the funny thing is, we're making a shoot tour across the state, and they're starting to go through and test all these different sheepers to see what they have as far as disease. Mine is one of the only ones that's clean. That's a lot of contact. That's surprising.
There are times where I'm like,
Crazy.
there are other times I would rather I know the elk's gonna jump over the fence, but then he's gonna go right there.
But I also have to do sage grouse today, so I'm gonna go back and finish my report on sage grouse. Got horses. Yeah, it was a new report by the WGA. Have you seen that? It's pretty.
And I said, well, I don't know, I'll find out. I was on the
Yeah,
rack.
but
That's when,
really interesting. Is that the numbers show what happened with by state population?
what's his name?
Oh, I'm fine with that.
Listed. Every one of the applications.
I didn't
farmers
realize
get involved
through the
with
racks, so
the
they didn't.
animals.
Had he said that going through the racks, there wouldn't have been no opposition.
Right, so that's kind of like the thrust of the story.
I'm fine with that.
The only way you control populations is through.
Yeah.
Like the Bison Planning Committee that I
That would be
recommended antelope. And nobody had a record of what
Why it's a concern to wildlife.
Like just to point out, maybe work your benefit. Especially if you're the big.
Situation, other than.
I think on the Wasatch it's totally. But
That's why we had to meet them.
That started with the committee, and then we went to 1,500.
They don't on any.
They were over 4,000, between 4,000 and 5,000 under population, and then
Wildlife
we
BLM.
raised 1,500. Talk about a wholesale slaughter. We had
To know that. Stating your position and then making that position, making the BLM.
Happening.
that's what.
Wyoming, yeah.
It won't help the birds.
well, it is. It does act
I
like
put some more regulatory mechanisms in place, but it won't do habitat report and all of that, which is really what it needs. Well, yeah, and it. It's still gonna even be the horses for a couple hours.
That's what Mark was saying, so.
Because we've got antlers.
Well, and I was trying to listen at the office, but something's wrong on somebody's animal.
Down there with antelopes.
Yeah.
Those guys, they gotta have some results, you know.
I like getting out of the office today.
The landowner, wildlife friendly, by doing something like this. He becomes, now he wants to see a few more wildlife.
Only time I can think of where people, I like people who government. When the devil's advocate.
But anyhow,
Get Justin on board.
Remember the bad old days, we didn't have deer and elk playing.
no, I wasn't trying to be a no.
Plans are the best things.
Oh, come on, you did too. You did a great job. No,
Moments when I was, but that was not one of them.
no, and that's, I appreciate that. I appreciate people being who they are and what they are. If they have the ambition to smart ass, go for it. I'm okay with that. Been there, done that.
Except John.
He's always. No, you're fine. No, you're fine.
Because those of us that weren't as
you
big
down.
as John, we might have been that witty in 5th grade.
You weren't in the
By
6th grade, were you?
11th grade, we weren't that witty anymore.
Slow down a little bit.
Let's go eat.
So no, I'm okay with that.
No, much worse.
No.
I liked it, even if you did blush, it was okay.
No, that was okay.
I wouldn't eat that. I wouldn't read that before lunch. I'd do that. Well, you're making a mistake.
Depredation
Whatever
for-
it is isn't as important as
To
this.
try and make a wildlife-friendly landowner.
My son.
Yeah. Specifically, if you've got an absentee land.
Well, I don't know, might be.
In this state, you know. Called over there and talked to the guy, and I says, "Can you send that to me?" So I've got it. Actually, like they've got here, but that finds, so that you can change that landowner's attitude. By friendly landowner, because he's got cost to him and he gets nothing out of it.
Problem goes with,
And we continue to hear it.
quite a few of them, and I'll just.
Looks like to me that's,
Would it be a buck tag or
Yeah.
so a buck deer and a buck pronghorn?
yeah.
Our agency. Okay, a buck tag.
With Rand.
If he has 640 acres.
Yeah, but it's only for his, that's the other scenario that needs as well.
A little more leverage, yeah.
5,000 contiguous acres, they got no opportunity.
For the CWD.
It's just, but I'm gonna, along the line, I'm gonna try and initiate that.
Got McFarland, don't you?
Yeah. Comes right from the division over there. This was pretty good. Every 50 head you're feeding on your product. Buck deer permit.
Certainly it'll be a lot more, fun.
No provision for him.
I have a landowner association, so Thousand Lake and those. Numbers could be done early enough. You would know what, how many tags, and you. That's what I've heard about. That's what I want to see is that. that, and then I'll get with
send
you.
you one.
Okay.
It's on, I got it on my computer, so.
Okay.
I buried both.
Yeah, just, I guess, got some other stuff I gotta do. Looks like this is not gonna get over it. See ya.
Yeah. I'm tired.
Okay.
I've been on the road the first part of the week, and I'm good. Yeah, I'm still good. How about you? Yeah, exactly. Really good. We've had 9 banquets in the last 7 weeks. That's been so well. You know, I was
I don't know,
almost,
I don't know how you do that.
Mount Nebo banquet. I'm just feeling so good about it because it's the first banquet. It's always a good banquet, runs smoothly. There's not many. There's a handful I really thought. They don't learn from year to year. How did Clint do on his attempt at politics? I wrote him an email. Treasurer or auditor? I'm just wondering if he. I mean, did he have to go through the caucus meetings and all? Yeah. He's very well, my problem is that I'm not, years ago, I wrote a letter of recommendation for Ted Stewart when he was executive director of DNR and become a judge, which he did. And I got in trouble for it, because they said, no, you can't endorse political. So I can as an individual, but I can't, so I told Clint, I'll do it as an individual, but I'll sign it just me. I'll talk about your experience and my business dealings, but I won't mention the thing. She goes, all right, so okay, so I just wrote a nice letter to send to them. Yeah, they got pretty, they said that can come back to bite you, I guess, in 501c3 nonprofit. I think it's ridiculous myself, because I used to, and Frank, I've done, I've been recommendations for most people from the record. Mm-hmm. Me too, big time. Yeah, he actually, yeah, I agree with that. Seems to be more of a, represents the staff. Get ready for the school year to end? You don't do any work stuff in the summer, do you? You do jobs? Summer school, and then you train with your coach. Oh, you spray? That's an important job. What? But then they, the county would take you. Yeah, you get done or no? And he still, I've told you my story. You do this long enough, I'm always shocked at him on or chef or somebody. I don't know, maybe I kicked him off at a bank 20 years ago. But like I told those guys, if you do this long enough, you oddballs, and it's just not like you. It's hard for me at the beginning to accept. Life is what it is. Just a handful of contrary ones, can't do much about it. I would have loved to have a teacher. I had a good zoology teacher at East High. We taxed her with a pheasant. But I really liked him. He was the only teacher in the sciences in the fall library that really helped me. Oh, you know what?
They did? Who did?
I don't know.
Come on.
No, we didn't have to, but.
I really know. Thank you. You're welcome. You know what I'd like to see?
Alterman. Isaac and said, look. Have the drought.
Trash in there.
Bless you.
Steam Mountain Inn.
No, but I've heard of it.
God, they've got it.
I saw a group of 10 when I went. Fire my butt, but I gotta tell you, it's like, same with wolf. I mean, when that wolf. Oh, yeah?
Just an FYI.
In the old days, you know, this is, yeah.
Around.
Last night, I got up. I'm an old cog.
Ticks me off. My dad.
Yeah, and it makes me mad because I could have. I can just get 6. I'm just a wimp, you know me, Gary. I like to complain about all my health. No, it's good. It's kind of scary. Now this Sunday, we have a trap shoot.
I've seen those collared doves sitting up there as well.
not realistic to make a show.
Where are you taking him?
I'm going to take him, I have him for 3 days. Kind of laid out a plan based on what he wants to see. Or, although we're on the downside of variety of different shorebirds.
Give him my best.
Sharp-tailed like out on the Utah, Idaho. Yeah, and marsh that I south of or just had a hip replaced. Pretty good distance, still closer the better, obviously.
Sure. Yeah, with birds, you gotta have a big.
Oh, yeah.
One on the shoulder, one on the butt.
I first, there was a time when I fainted. Also, real. But I'd gotten a LR Canon.
I think there's a change in.
Everybody's a tier.
Auto focus feature. Absolutely worthless with birds. Sharp focus.
Right.
The bird was never in sharp focus.
Kraken, boss.
Yes.
Kraken.
Hey,
Right.
thanks for 8 minutes. It's Tristy and me.
And back then, I used to bracket my shots and all of that. Them developed, and by the time I got them back, it's everybody was all I had shot them at.
Yeah, oh, I know.
These new digital cameras today, I mean, they're
We did 20 minutes.
Hey, thank you. Good, how are you? Are you not connected to the internet?
Holy meetings are awesome.
Right here. Make sure it's
I
a
asked
more
Stacy
recent one.
when I got here. Because I assumed.
I know, and cabinets really, it's like there's only so many of them, so you like, they say it's not that way, but I say it is that way.
So if you want to read that.
Guys really like to have you along, and that's kind of a downfall base, but they really.
I'll give my dad off the other day.
How are you? Ryan over there?
Well, he's here to represent the county on the horse thing.
Got two of your folks in the class. Christensen and just
God, you know, John. Your go-to. I've been meaning to tell you that for a long time. Well, you know, it hides part of our face, right?
I shaved mine off once and my wife didn't like what's
Where'd your mouth go? That's exactly what my wife says. You better cover up. Yeah. How's all the crew? Good. Grandkids? No grandkids yet. I've got it. I have my two. In the middle.
Yeah, I know, that's what I have. Well, I didn't even realize it was going on until I got out done with it. Holy cow, what did you say?
I even have one of those pontoons that you used to have. I guess I could come there. I've got an electric motor on mine now. Yeah. Put around on. We gotta do that. We gotta do that.
there's going to be classes for me now.
Mr. Robert.
I've been through the program and should.
Get out of here, I go home and pack.
Oh, I'm jealous. I'm going up to the family cabin on Friday. Saturday, so I won't get out of Dodge a little bit. So I'm excited to get out of Dodge. I'm so sick of it. I've had 9 banquets in the last 7 weeks. It's totally
Like how he's doing.
it's double us. I can take one a weekend, but we got 2.
They sometimes pop off unanimous.
Where are you going camping?
Just not where all the fighters.
I'll be, we go down before the blow-up banquet's on the 17th of May, and I'll go down to a few days earlier.
I was going to tell you, we
Go on
got
a couple hikes.
a lot of support
to get out.
See the Florida fishing.
Yeah, I heard really good reports about that.
And then last 2 years, I've got 1 week later.
I gotta get this thing off for a few minutes and try great things about Friday when the disabled my sister-in-law was there. She teaches severely disabled resource kids at Hurricane High, and she said it was awesome for her kids. So. Do they?
What'd you get,
Yes, I'll print it when I get back to Nephi and give it to you.
On this one, since they were looking for some specifics, we probably ought to run through the different amendments and what exactly they were. Yeah, I think they'll up them a little bit.
Yeah, I think it probably works.
All of it, everything.
Went down there, saw how the horses are just hammering everything.
I kid you not, it looks everywhere. It's unbelievable.
You were out in
Hamlin Valley, is that what you said?
Yeah, we were a little bit north Hamlin.
Like the pasture that somebody's left their stock in for 2 years.
Freaking.
I mean, but they're clear up in the cliffs and stuff. They get, I've just been amazed. I've been amazed.
Probably give him a call. I might have time right now.
Up there and have a shooting party. But I didn't say that.
Some of that was my, a lot of that was my design too.
Did you get the?
I've already got 20 emails on Chrome.
If you have 12,000, yeah, I know, yeah.
Don't look right. You look different. You better get a beard so I don't recognize you at all.
I get it on my phone and email it.
Messing with him, huh?
You see me.
No, I had it working.
That was the funniest thing you've ever seen.
Did you have a beard once? No, just a mustache?
I've got it on here.
But I'm sorry, you got
So come and grab this. I'll have the email up.
months, right? since
I'll have
I
the
saw you.
email up from Gary.
This is probably a month and a half's worth.
Natural water sources, ask good points, communicate with the federal land management agencies.
Yeah. So, but, you know, I always think that way, and then I forget half of what I was going to say when I get up there.
Oh, yeah, me too. I forget everything anyway.
Right on. This one. I'll just have that up. You can come grab it if you get asked.
Know about him. Yeah. Who we missing? Everybody here? Mr. Bear?
Go.
Set?
Do it.
Sheehan?
Yeah, he's in the.
If we could get everybody to be seated, we'll get started. Okay, I want to welcome everyone back from our lunch break. We will get started with our agenda today by going to analyst permit recommendations for 2014. Justin Shannon.
Okay, today I'm going to present the antlerless recommendations for 2014. I'd like to start out talking about deer once again. I know I showed this slide in the Bucks Bulls presentation, but one thing I really want you to focus on is the last 5 years where we've varied between 61 and 65 fawns per 100 does. The idea here is that our fawn production has been stable over the last 5 years. But really, that only tells half the story. When it comes to population growth, you have to take into account what are you producing, and then what are you surviving. And I wanted to highlight something that our agency's been doing over the last 4 years. We're starting our 5th year with this. We've radio collared hundreds of deer in several different areas throughout the state. We have 7 or 8 different units that we do this, and each year we go and radio collar fawns and in some cases adults. And what we do is we look at what is surviving on these units. So if you look across the top line there with adult survival rates have been between 84 and 86%, which is at average or a little above average in some cases. But the fawn survival is a different story. In 2010 and 11, just over half the fawns that we were radio collaring each December were surviving to the following December. But in 2012 and 2013, that survival almost jumped to almost 80%. And so we were producing a lot, and our deer were growing. And so with that, you get population growth. This graph looks at our our population estimates going back to 2000. And we've increased and decreased, but over the last 2 years, we're doing really well. And our current estimate is just under 333,000 deer, 17,000 short of our planned target, our short-term target of 350,000 deer. So with that background, I'd like to get into the antlerless recommendation portion for deer. Recommend an increase of 410 permits, which is up 105 from last year. Most of these increases are on the Monroe, the Sevier Valley area, where they have some resident deer that they'd like to use public draw harvest to be able to help with that situation. But other than that, no new hunts or boundary changes or anything for antlerless deer. For elk, a little bit different story. Looking at our population over the last 10 years or so, that's what this graph depicts. And last year, we grew 1,700 elk. We're just over 81,000, and our current population objective is 71,000, so we're just over 10,000 elk over objective. If you look at where we're over objective by region, I think Director Sheehan mentioned this a little bit earlier. The northern region probably has the biggest challenges, where there's more elk than the population objective calls for. And we talked a little bit about the private land issues and challenges there. Northeast region has some challenges as well, private lands and some tribal issues. They get some smart elk there where they know where they can get hunted and where they can't. But the southeast region, central region, and southern region are all doing very well relative to their population objectives. Antlerless, that brings me to the permit recommendation portion. This year we're recommending 16,715 permits, which is down from last year. And you look at this, and it warrants an explanation, because I just showed you we grew 1,500 elk or so from last year, yet we're cutting 1,000 permits. A couple things to point out. One thing that the managers and biologists have done that I think makes a lot of sense is, instead of piling hunters on top of hunters year after year, what they've done is taken a hard look at their antlerless hunts and the success rates with those. And we had really low success rates on some of these, success rates in the teens and even single digits in some instances. And they've either canceled those hunts or pulled a lot of permits out and put those in hunts that you actually get higher success rates. So it's a way to hunt smarter, not necessarily with more. The other thing is there's been commitments to be more liberal with mitigation and depredation permits and things like that, and vouchers with private landowners to help them harvest elk on their properties and at the same time push elk onto public lands where public hunters can harvest them. And then the third thing is something that we call antlerless elk control permits. And on the Wasatch West unit in particular, we cut 1,000 public permits alone. I think it was even more than that, in order to implement something we call antlerless elk control permits, which don't go to the draw, unlike the permits I just showed you. This is a little different. This is a system where if you have an antlered permit, like a buck or a bull, and even once in a lifetime, that you can pick up a antlerless elk control permit at a reduced price, and it's good for the same boundary, season date, and weapon type as your antlered permit would be. We've done this for years on areas like the Henry Mountains, North Santa Fe, and portions of the San Juan Any Bull unit where the objective is 0. And then in other areas where we have difficult time harvesting enough elk to stay on top of the populations. 9 Mile Range Creek, East Canyon, Chalk Creek, Morgan South Ridge, South Slope Yellowstone, Current Creek of Inniquin, and then this year we're recommending the Ogden be included in that, and the Wasatch West. Next, I'd like to talk about the hunt and boundary changes that we had. The first 4 bullet points there, South Slope, Yellowstone, West Daggett, Mount Dutton, and the South Manti. These are hunts that already existed. They're successful hunts, and so what we've done is just added another season on the back end of them to get more elk harvested. And then the next section of information there at the bottom, these are boundary changes. These are existing hunts where we've extended the boundary to be able to harvest more elk. And on the Wasatch, the third bullet point down there, Wasatch 17B and C, antlerless elk control. We tried this last year. We got a lot of really good feedback from the hunting public. One thing that they mentioned, though, that we agree with and is in the recommendation here is our elk boundary, our antlerless control boundary, didn't completely line up with our deer boundary. And that, frankly, doesn't make sense. And so we're trying to seek alignment there so hunters can harvest an elk if they're hunting deer. And then a simple name change on South Slope Bonanza Vernal. Next, these are hunts that we created this year, Beaver Valley and Casharon Valley. These are targeted to get some elk that, in some cases, are causing depredation. The Monroe Mount Dutton Plateau, this is an idea that we're hopeful works, is instead of playing ping pong with these elk where you have a hunt on the Monroe and then one on the Dutton, it's the entire unit, and hunters can go where the elk are because there's so much interchange there. Chalk Creek, combining all these units into one. Ogden, recommending an early, middle, and late hunt. And then the Plateau, Fish Lake, Thousand Lake, expanding that, giving them more opportunities to hunt the east and west side of that unit. Moving on to doe pronghorn, we recommend a decrease in permits from 962 to 669. Bulk of that is in the northern region where they've done aerial surveys and have come up with less pronghorns. They're backing off. And then antlerless moose permits, again, no permits this year being recommended by the division. For new hunts and boundary changes for pronghorn, last December, the Plateau and the Cache Morgan South Ridge Ogden had new boundaries for the buck portion, and we want the doe portion to match what was passed 5-6 months ago. And then for Mount Dutton and Paunsaugunt, Johns Valley herd, that has a different boundary in an effort to protect that Johns Valley population. And that's all I have for antlerless. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? Seeing none, do we have any questions from the rack chairs? I think everybody had too much lunch and they're asleep now. You lucked out, Justin. Questions from the audience? Okay, so we'll go to rack chairs and reports on the motions. We'll start with Dave, if you would.
This is an item that had a lot of discussion, a lot of proposals, and then they attempted to make 3 separate amendments to the motion. Each of the amendments failed, but let me just run through the amendments real quick. The first amendment was to increase the Southwest Desert to 450 tags, increase Panguitch Lake to 250, increase the Beaver to 250, the Dutton to 1,050, and the Monroe to 250, the Fish Lake to 1,000. They voted on that amendment, and that failed 2-8. So they attempted another amendment, which was addressing the deer tags, and they proposed that the number of deer tags on the Parowan front be increased from 150 to 200. That failed to get a second. And then the third amendment was to increase the antlerless tags on the Monroe, or antlerless elk tags on the Monroe to 100, or by 100. Increase tags on the Beaver north end from 100 to 145, and to increase Southwest Desert to 450
That amendment failed 4-6. So after those amendments failed, they voted on the recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimous. Oh, excuse me, 6-4.
Thanks, Dave. Kevin?
So the motion to accept the antlerless permit recommendations for 2014 as presented passed unanimous. And I just want to preface that we had quite a bit of discussion in the southeast region, especially on the Central Mountains Manti. Those numbers have increased. The antlerless elk permits have increased drastically in the last 3 years. One of the biggest reasons is the Sealy fire, and working closely with the Forest Service. The divisions worked really well with those concerns with the cattlemen and the Forest Service in regeneration of that burn. And so those permits have increased close to a couple thousand permits. And so that recommendation to do that passed unanimous.
Wayne?
The Northeast region had quite a discussion on it. Things went back and forth a little bit, and there was a recommendation to maybe include youth tags for the antlerless. Was one recommendation that was brought up. Other than that, everything passed unanimously.
Okay, Gary?
We had quite a bit of discussion about it as well. A lot of it was mostly just clarification on how the good idea that it was to allow people to harvest either animal while they were in there, so you weren't just pushing animals all over. More hunters never makes better hunting. Once we kind of worked our way through that, they looked at the numbers, they looked at the objectives, and took it to a vote, and it passed.
And Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion from the Northern Region is to recommend the Wildlife Board approve the antlerless permit recommendations for 2014. It passed unanimously.
Okay. Okay, I have a couple of comment cards, not very many. If you want to comment on this, you need to get a comment card filled out and bring it up here. We've only got a couple, so we're going to go 5 minutes. First one will be Ben Louder, and he'll be followed by Lee Tracy. Did I miss something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder, representing Utah Bowmen's Association. We support the division's recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Lee Tracy, United Wildlife Cooperative, specifically the Southern Region Unit. We have a proposal. I sent you an email, and I hope you've had a chance to read that, to increase the number of antlerless deer tags on those two Parowan front antlerless deer tags, deer hunts. The reason for this is because as I told you in the email, in March 31st, 2012, I, along with several other people, were on a range ride with the Division of Wildlife Resources, and we took a look at that winter range on the Parowan front. I already mentioned the cheatgrass problem and the sage that's been eaten down to bark, and the loss of other types of brush, as well as the few forbs and sedges that were there. There are additional problems which I didn't mention. Number one, that area now has a lot of high fences around a lot of those agricultural fields that the deer used to feed on. They don't feed quite as much there anymore. There's a lot of P&J encroachment as well. One thing I didn't mention, that there's an invasion of a nasty cactus that keeps deer out of certain areas, as well as some human development. There's even in the last few years, there's been a couple of little subdivisions along that thing. And one thing I also didn't mention that we were told on that range ride is that particular area is, well, they referred to it as a weather bubble. I know you listened to the weather report on some of the TV stations, and they give you a Cedar City weather report. That in no way reflects the weather report in the Parowan Valley, which is 15 miles to the north. I happened to work for the school district at the time, or for some time, and I worked as a custodian at the Cedar High School. I live about 10 miles from Cedar High, and I can't tell you the number of times when I would leave work, Cedar High, at 10 o'clock at night and go into a whole different weather world before I got home. That doesn't reflect that, okay? We also propose that these 200 tags, 100 each hunt, go to youth. That will give youth an opportunity to hunt as well. Anyway, that's our proposal. We were told at one time when we went on that range ride that we need to take 500 deer off of that range for the next 5 years, and we haven't been doing that. And as a consequence, the Panguitch Lake population now is 3,200 deer over objective, and we need to stop that. Thank you.
Mac, you're right. You're up. Anybody else that feel one of those out that we failed to miss a number? Why Cameron did the same.
Mac Morrell. I want to speak a little bit on economics of hunting in our area, on the local economy. I talked to Commissioner Fillmore in Wayne County last week about revenue to the county. Agriculture is 80% of the revenue is in Wayne County. I'm sure that's likely in Paiute and maybe not that much in Garfield. That's the impact on agriculture in our county. Now, as far as the analyst goes, that was my aggressive motion, and we can go through that again. That failed. But the problem is, they're still ignoring the fact that they're calling, the Forest Service are calling to reduce the elk on those allotments in southern Utah, specifically the beaver, the Monroe, and of course we've got plenty on the Boulder and Fish Lake, but you're right, they're interchangeable. And so we like the DWR's recommendation of having that one hunt. There's only 150 tags in that hunt where you can go where the elk are. But my recommendation is that you bring back the rifle spike hunt on Monroe, plus give them antlerless tag if they want to buy it. Because otherwise we're just on an increasing basis on Monroe. So, and on the success rate on the Dutton antlerless, you're looking about 20%. Monroe, you're looking close to 60% because of the access. You know, it's not the hunter's fault the access is there. It's not the elk's fault the access is there. But if they can't go anyplace else to get a spike, they can go to Monroe or Fish Lake and get one, or get an antlerless anyway. So that's why. I mean, why get an increase in elk where the success rate is high? Why hold off that? So I think that's what ought to be done. on those allotments. And like I say, Mr. Black can read that off again. So I think we just need to be pretty aggressive in taking care of some of this elk. Otherwise, we're in trouble on southern Utah, southeastern Utah. I mean, it's big time. So, thank you.
You want another 5 minutes now?
No, on the economics, just 30 seconds. When the economics of our county, when hunting comes in, they bring their trailers, another pickup with four-wheelers. Trailers are full of food, and 5 to 8 or 10 gallons of 5-gallon gas they bring in to do their hunting. In fact, some of the hunters go out there 30 days before the hunt goes on and puts their trailer in a spot so nobody will take it. So the economic benefits to the county is, it might be some, but not what everybody thinks it is.
Cameron Hallows, you're up.
Cameron Howells with the Utah Cattlemen Association. I pretty much kind of went over earlier our biggest concern, but I think it's pretty important that we realize that us as livestock people and sportsmen and division and everybody else needs to face the fact that we have a serious situation coming our direction. And if we all don't get on the same page as far as some of this range management stuff, it's going to affect us all the way we don't want it to. And the sage grouse thing's a real thing, and it's a scary thing. My old man has spent a lifetime fighting for cattlemen, and I don't think he feels like he ever accomplished anything. And that's part of the reason I'm here, is I think we've gave lip service for lots of years, and it's not gone very far. But I'm afraid our lifestyle is in deep trouble. Your lifestyle is in deep trouble. It's serious stuff, and we need to get along. It's sad we come here and we can't. I didn't go to the beaver meeting, but I read the minutes, and it was pretty heated, I could tell. But the bottom line is we all want the same range. It's multiple use. So we've got to figure out how to do that. And our producers want the same thing you guys want. So our recommendation is to take at least 50 off Monroe, 50 off Beaver, 50 more, and 75 on the West Desert. Just to, and in a regular year, your guys' numbers would be great, I think. But anyway, we've got to, I don't know. I know I keep repeating myself, but I'm really passionate about my lifestyle, and I want my kids to be able to hunt elk, and I want my kids to be able to run cows. And I'm scared to death right now, to be honest with you. So all the help I can get from you guys would be great. We can sit here and yell back and forth on one another, but all we're doing is lip service, in my opinion. We've got to get together. So thank you.
Thanks, Cameron. I'm not sure your old man would appreciate your comment, calling him an old man, but I'll certainly let him know. Okay, we think that's the last for our comment cards. We'll just double check real fast. Yeah, that's it. So I'm going to summarize, if I might. The southern region had several motions. Those were defeated, and then the final motion was to accept the unanimous permit recommendations as presented, and that passed 6 in favor and 4 opposed. The other 4 regions voted on this, and they were all unanimous. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that we might do that we've had some issues brought up today. Our next meeting is in June. We'll probably know a little bit more about drought issues at that time. And then I'm pretty sure that the next meeting after that is in like late August. And several years ago when we had drought issues in the Northeastern, in that August meeting, we went in and enacted some additional tags to take care of those problems. I think if it's okay with the board today, we could put on the August meeting or even on the June meeting if you wanted to, depending on how Director Sheehan and some of the others feel about it. We could have an update on drought issues in our June meeting, and then on our August meeting, we could have it as an agenda item if we need to act on additional tags at that time.
I need to clarify something first.
Okay.
Is it drought or drought? Because if I hear one more guy say drought,
I think it's whether you're from Wayne County or Paiute.
I'm not sure what we're talking about here.
Mr. Bear, if we want any more out of you, we'll put a nickel in.
We're supposed to be sounding professional, and we're slaughtering the English language
Yeah.
up here, Jake.
Okay, very good. Moving on. Anyway, I think those would both be things that we could put on our board meeting so that we could enact on if we have to make some additional adjustments on our antlerless tags.
Which one of those two meetings has the lightest agenda?
Well, I think the August meeting would be the one where you would want to.
Would want to do it.
Yeah.
When we had this situation a couple of years ago, we acted very similarly, and in August, at that point, we held an emergency meeting, if I recall. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. And we added cow elk permits in southern Utah and pursued those hunts at that point in time. I don't see this looking a whole lot different. When we did those, I think we had some that began in September and moved as late as October and November. So there's still sufficient time for us to get those permits out there for the fall hunts if we see these weather patterns continuing and have a realization we need to get some animals off those rangelands in a quick manner. And we didn't have any problem selling those permits last time. I think we went first come, first serve on our system. Judy, is that how we did that?
Yeah, that's true.
So I think they sold pretty rapidly, and I think that was effective at getting some animals off the range. Kevin?
I think that plan works, but I do want to point out, because it hasn't come up today, that we did make a fairly aggressive recommendation to begin with out of the southern region in particular. We recommended 870 additional cow elk tags this year over what we did last year. I'm not saying that some more may not be needed, but I did want to recognize that my staff worked hard at recognizing this might be coming and tried to address it with the recommendations that we give. Now, I've said from the beginning that if we need to do more, we can do more. But I did want to just have that be recognized that, we've put almost 1,000 additional tags out there. And the other thing I would say, just my 2 cents worth, I wouldn't close off the June meeting for potential action, because we can start hunting as early as August 1st. And if it turns out that we know we need to do something by then why wait until August? So.
Yeah, I think your point's well taken, and that's why I wanted it also to be on the June meeting. But if that time we didn't feel like we had to, we wouldn't, but we could also always come back in the August meeting or an emergency meeting.
That June meeting, what's the date of that, Stacy? June 5th. So we're not,
Not know much.
we're only 4 weeks from now, so I'm not sure that, we've learned a whole lot more to you've just said feel like we've been pretty aggressive in getting permits out there. I'm not sure in 4 weeks it will be able to conclude we should go further. So, yeah.
The August meeting's like the 28th or something like that.
Yeah, and
It's
there's
right at the
nothing
end
that
of the month.
precludes us from having an emergency meeting should we need to do that. We can do that anytime with appropriate notice. So.
Okay, so now you guys know how all the other ROCs voted. You've also listened to all the comments. Excuse me. on some of the concerns we have in the state of Utah, so we're open for discussion. And, moving forward with a vote.
Mr. Chairman, I think in holding true to our earlier discussion and to my discussion with Mr. Crandall, who is no longer with us today, thought he had something more important to do. I'd like to address the Southwest Desert. I think we saved the 10 big bull tags, and having been down there recently and seen that range, it's scary. It is scary. A lot of that country down there looks like our floor looks right here, and I wouldn't necessarily blame that on the elk, but the elk are a big part of what we need to manage there. So I would make the motion. Well, first, I guess clarification. What was the Southern Region's recommendation again out of the RAC on cow numbers?
Our recommendation is 365. Is that correct, Teresa?
365, and what didn't the RAC increase that a little bit?
There was an amendment to increase it up to 450, but that amendment didn't pass.
But it failed.
Yeah.
John, before you continue, Kevin, you said that potentially, had you had all the information that we have now, your recommendations would be a little different.
Well, I don't want to speak for Jason, who's the biologist and knows that area much better than I do. But I can tell you, I've been watching the moisture situation very closely, and March and April is a time where you'd expect to get some additional moisture down there, and that hasn't come. So it's reasonable to think that if he would have known that he may have increased some, but like I said, it is a fairly aggressive recommendation as is. But we're also, the objective's about 1,000. It's 975. We're 200 over that already. If you feel like we need to bump that up, that's probably the place that I have the greatest concern right now, is that Southwest Desert. It's the most acute, has the most acute need right now.
Can you give me some more idea of why your RAC voted that down, Dave?
Well, Dave wasn't there, so maybe I'll speak a little bit. I think they saw if it would have been just the Southwest Desert, it probably would have passed. But it was some of the additional, and I'm not saying some of the additional stuff may become necessary as we move through the summer as well. But I think if it would have been just the Southwest Desert that was being addressed, it may have been a different outcome. But again, that's trying to look in a crystal ball, and I don't have one, so I don't know for sure.
I got one.
Thank you.
Why don't you have one? Mr. Chairman, once again, I think if there's a place we should look at an increase, I think this unit is probably the one. I'd go ahead and make a motion here that we increase that from the division's recommended 365 to 425 antlerless tags on that unit.
Hey, do you want to just separate that one out, or do you want to do a?
Nope, just that one.
All right. So we have a motion
Keep
by
it
John
simple.
to raise that from 365 to 425 on the Southwest Desert on cow elk. And there's a second by Steve, or is you want to talk?
No, I'll second that.
Second it. Okay, so we have a motion by John, a second by Steve. Any other discussion, Mike?
Yeah, I'm just curious about what the division feels about that increase. Is that going to have, it's going to have an impact, obviously, but is that acceptable? Is that not enough? That's just a number out of the hat, so.
It is. It's kind of a reach.
Speaking of his crystal ball.
Our data does currently show that the population objective for the unit is 975, and we estimate the population currently to be 1,250. That being said, trophy bulls, we've got roughly 150 permits recommended, plus spike. The antlerless we have probably will bring us down a little bit, but it's not going to hurt us to have additional tags. Also, over the last few weeks, Kevin and I have visited with our the habitat staff, and our staff will be paying particular attention to the Southwest Desert. We're going to monitor water sources, both guzzlers and perennial water sources. We'll have associated photo points and range baskets to see what habitat, how much use is occurring out there on that unit. And then we will regularly communicate with our federal land management partners out there, the BLM, to see if additional reductions of AUM or season length will occur. So we are paying particular attention to that. That being said, a few more tags is not going to hurt.
And I know this is something that we'll talk about here in a few minutes, but I'm guessing that wild horses and burros might play into this as well.
Very, very much so. And it's difficult to separate the two
Yeah.
issues, the impacts of horses and the impacts of drought. I don't know that you can separate the two issues.
Something to add, Director?
Well, I guess, I think the livestock producers out on that range have been asked by BLM to take some voluntary reductions, maybe mandatory. I'm not sure the current status. Looks like we're going to move our elk numbers back some more, and I think this, just adds to a complicating factor where we've got an ever-growing wild horse population down there that really has no natural predators on it, and the BLM who's kind of throwing their hands up in there and saying, we'll try to do a few things, but we're a little bit limited, and I think as we've had some tough conversations about multiple use today, those are only more compounded when we've got a third factor in the fray that basically we can't do much. Really a fourth when you look at drought and those wild horses. Those are a couple factors that make it very difficult to manage livestock or elk. So that's all.
Any other comments? I just want to say also, I think we're very open. If we have to do some more removal of some animals later in the year, we're very open to that. If the range doesn't improve or the water condition doesn't improve down there. So,
let's do it.
No other comments. Let's call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, motion is unanimous. So now we need a motion to approve the remainder of the antlerless permits.
That motion.
Okay, we've got a motion by Mike King to approve the remainder of the antlerless permit recommendations for 2014.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Kirk. No other discussion? All in favor? That motion also carries unanimous. Okay, we are to item 11, which is the antlerless CWMU permit recommendations for 2014. Scott McFarland, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Okay, I'm Scott McFarland. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Wildlife Board members. I'm Scott McFarland. I'm the Private Lands Public Wildlife Coordinator for the division. And today I will be presenting the 2014 CWMU Antlerless Voucher Permit Review and Recommendations. The reason I split this out as vouchers and permits is the vouchers, the CWMU receive their permits in the form of a voucher that's redeemed for a permit, and the public receives theirs as a permit that goes through our public draw system. So, just kind of as a review, all of our CWMUs are on 3-year management plans, and their numbers, their permit numbers are all approved for 3 years at a time unless they request a change. They have, the change can be requested by the CWMU or the division, but we do have that built into the system where they can change numbers on an annual basis if needed to adjust for population changes and things. So currently 42 of our CWMUs have their antlerless numbers already approved, and none of those will change right now. But 9 of the CWMUs have requested changes, and then 9 CWMUs are renewals from new CWMUs or have been renewed last fall, and they need to go through the antlerless process here to approve those numbers. But in summary, statewide, all the CWMUs for all species are requesting 312 vouchers or permits for the CWMUs, and 1,224 that would go to the public, for a total of 1,536 permits for all species. The way that the split, the ratio of public to private permits on the CWMUs is determined by the allocation the CWMU received during the Bucks and Bull process, and it's usually done in the fall when the CWMU programs, the CWMUs are approved. For example, if the CWMU chooses a 90-10 split, that'd be 90% private and 10% public permits for the Bucks and Bulls for deer and elk. The public would receive 100% of the allocated permits for that CWMU. If they do an 85-15 split, 85% private, 15% public, it'd be a 25-75 split private-public. And then 80-20 would go to a 40-60, and 75-25 would be a 50-50 for antlerless. That's the way that the ratios are split up between the CWMUs and the public permits. On pronghorn and moose, it's always a 60-40 split for the bulls, the bucks and the bulls. I didn't put moose on here because currently we don't have any moose permits that are antlerless moose permits available statewide. But for pronghorn, it's always a 60-40 private-public split, and the antlerless is 40-60 private-public split on there. That's how that's how. So I'll go through the recommendations by region. Start with the northern region, and we had quite a few renewals. We had 5 renewals and 1 new CWMU. It's actually not a new CWMU. It fell into that category just because it changed ownership. But in Grass Valley, Clark Canyon is requesting 40 elk antlerless permits. This is a renewal, and we recommend approval of this from the division. When I say that the division recommends approval, that's a joint recommendation between the CWMU and the division. We sat down together to establish these numbers for the antlerless permits. Grouse Creek is requesting 1 private and 1 public. We recommend approval of that. Hardscrabble is a new CWMU. As I said, they changed ownership and it falls into the new category. And they're requesting 15 antlerless elk permit. All those will be public permits. We recommend approval of that. Jacobs Creek is a renewal, recommending 5 public permits, no private permits. We recommend approval of that. Mountaintop, recommending 10 elk antlerless permits. We recommend approval of that one. And Woodruff Creek South, we're recommending 8 antlerless elk permits and recommend approval of that also. Deseret CWMU has requested change in their previously approved permit numbers. They're requesting 160 antlerless elk permits and 63 private doe pronghorn and 107 public doe pronghorn permits. Southeastern region, we have the Minimod Ridge. Renewal. We only have 2 renewals in this region, Minimod and Red Ranches, and they're requesting 20 and 25 public antlerless elk permits, respectively. We recommend approval of both of those. The rest of these, Emma Park, Preston Nutter Ranch, Conover Jensen, and Spring Creek Dodge, and Summit Point are changed to their previously approved numbers. All of these are decreases in their currently approved permit numbers. And I'll go through these just respectively. Emma Park is requesting 12 private, 18 public antlerless elk permits. Preston Nutter Ranch is requesting 20 public antlerless elk permits. Conover Jensen had 5 antlerless elk permits. They're requesting that to drop to 0. Spring Creek Dodge is a elk antlerless permits. It would be 20 private and 30 public. And Summit Point, these are also elk antlerless permits, would be 20 private and 30 public. We recommend approval of all those also. Southern Region, Black Point is a renewal. It's a pronghorn CWMU. I don't believe there's any changes from their previous application, but they're requesting 2 private and 3 public doe pronghorn permits. We recommend approval of that. And the Alton CWMU requested a change to their previous numbers. They asked for a slight increase in antlerless elk permits, which would be 3 private and 7 public, and we recommend approval of both of those. Central Region, we had 2 change applications, 2 CWMUs that requested a change. The Houston was requesting 8 private permits, 24 public permits. The 3C CWMU requesting 12 private antlerless elk permits and 18 public permits. Recommend approval of both of those. There were no changes to the Northeastern Region for renewals or changes or anything. So as an overview, we only have 1 CWMU in Box Elder County that has already been previously approved for 10 two-doe permits. And for elk, we would have, as a total for all the CWMUs combined, there would be 238 private permits and 1,090 public elk permits. This is in addition to the 16,000 that's already 16,700 and something that's been recommended in the, for the properties other than the CWMUs. And pronghorn, we're recommending 74 private permits or doe permits and 124 public doe pronghorn permits, for a total of 312 private permits for all species and 1,224 public permits. What this represents is about just under 80% of all the antlerless permits on the CWMUs go to the public through the public draw. Thank you. That's all I have for the CWMU antlerless permit recommendations.
Hey, thanks, Scott. That's still my favorite view right there.
That's as close as you'll ever get to a big deer, Jake.
Probably.
That's definitely a parting shot.
Quick question.
Sure.
If one of the CWMUs who thought they were going to get elk tags, antlerless elk tags a year ago, didn't get them, would they have to file a new recommendation so that you guys would pick up that they'd missed them a year ago?
Yeah, that's correct.
One I'm talking about is the Bar J in Salina. A year ago, he told me that they missed it, I think, in the southern region from the biologist to the Salt Lake office or whatever. He didn't receive any.
Right.
Wondering if he is on the list to receive some this year, because I never seen it on.
Let's see. Yeah, the Bar J Ranch, according to their management plan, they're
Be around 10?
Yeah, they've got 4 recommended private and 6 public antlerless elk permits. They're on the list for this year, so that was in their management plan.
All right.
Yes.
Anybody else got any questions? I got one. What's the hunter success on these CWMUs, on these antlerless? Do you know?
Well, that's kind of all over the place. Normally, the hunter success, we try and achieve at least a 60% success on these. You've got CWMUs that, for example, Deseret would go as high as 95% success, or sometimes even higher than that. These are all guided hunts, and what we do is we encourage the CWMUs to have as high a success as they can on there. It's a limited entry hunt, and I think the public expects to have a little bit better success than if they were just to go on a public draw hunt.
Is more of the CWMUs more cooperative than others, or is that?
Well, yeah, that's always the case. I mean, there's some of the CWMUs that take things to the limit, and they actually do they try their very hardest to participate in the antlerless harvest. And some of them, I mean, they all, I think, do their part to their abilities, but it doesn't mean there's not room for improvement on some of them. But most of them do very well. The hard thing with CWMUs is that we're dealing with smaller tracts of property. It's not like managing a herd of wildlife on a 750,000 acre unit. You know, a lot of these, they have to have a minimum of 10,000 acres to be an elk CWMU. And 10,000 acres a lot of times is not enough to keep an elk herd there for a period of time where they can hunt them. The harder they hunt the elk on the CWMUs, seems like the more likelihood they have of leaving. And so we have to keep adjusting the permits because of that. So.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Questions from the audience? Okay, we're going to go to rack chair report. I'll start with you, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion from the Northern Region was to recommend the Wildlife Board approve the antlerless CWMU voucher permit recommendations for 2014 as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Gary.
Thank you. The motion from the Central Region was to, it was recommended to follow the division's recommendation, and that went to a vote and it passed unanimously.
Okay, Wayne?
Northeastern passed unanimously as presented.
Kevin?
In the Southeastern, we had 2 abstentions for those that had conflict with land that they managed. Other than that, we passed unanimous. I'm not sure if Southern Region heard that. We passed unanimous.
Dave, did you hear that?
I heard it.
All right. To you, Dave.
You got witnesses.
Southern Region that passed unanimous as well.
Oh. Okay, so all the regions voted on this and they voted unanimous, so turn it to the board for discussion and a vote. I thought the presentation was very good. Scott always does a good job of making his presentations, I think, so, as well as Justin and most of the others. So let's move forward with either some discussion or vote. Bill?
Yeah, I'd move that we pass the.
We can't hear that at all.
Thank you. Try the microphone. I make a motion that we pass the antlerless CWMU permit recommendations for 2014 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Bill Fenimore to approve the antlerless CWMU permit recommendations for 2014. It was seconded by Steve Dalton. All in favor? Motion carries unanimous. Item 12, donation of CWMU. That's a hard one. Donation of vouchers. Scott.
Thank you. Yes, the next item I will be doing is, it deals with the donation of unused 2013 CWMU vouchers to a charitable cause or a 501c3 tax-exempt organization, and it has to go to a charitable cause. We have a provision in the CWMU rule that allows CWMUs to take an unused, for example, a 2013 voucher, and then convert that to a permit for a 2014 permit. There's several stipulations that it has to be done under. The first one is that it has to be approved by the Wildlife Board. The next one is that no more than one voucher can be donated for a CWMU per year. And the voucher that is donated has to be donated to a charitable cause, and it has to be done to a 501c organization. And the compensation or there can't be any compensation or consideration of any kind except for the tax benefit that the CWMU derives from this. The recipient of the voucher has to be identified prior to the transfer, and and prior to obtaining the Wildlife Board's approval for this. And it can't be extended for no more than 1 year from the date of the voucher. So in February, the division sent out a letter to all the CWMUs encouraging them to take advantage of this opportunity that's been made available through the rule. And we had a response from 3 of the CWMUs. And I'll go over a brief synopsis of who they've chosen and the organization they run this through. But before I do that, I'd just like to maybe put a plug in for the CWMUs. The CWMUs and a lot of private landowners other than CWMUs are currently sponsoring hunts for wounded warriors, for disabled children, for needy children, for a lot of people that are deserving of these hunts. And a lot of times this goes unrecognized, unnoticed, and I think that we ought to commend our CWMUs for doing this, because it's going on really a lot in our state. So the 3 CWMUs that, and I'll have to read these, but I've done basically just a brief synopsis of each of there's 3 permits or 3 vouchers that we're seeking approval for the donation. And the first one, and I'll read these, is the Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife, the SFW, in cooperation with the CWMU Association, is requesting that an unused 2013 elk voucher be made available for donation by the Preston Nutter Ranch CWMU, to be converted to the 2014 voucher to provide a hunt opportunity for a wounded veteran through SFW's Sportsman for Warriors program. If approved, SFW has selected Specialist Seth Wakeling, U.S. Army, as the recipient of the voucher for a 2014 elk hunt. Specialist Wakeling was deployed to Afghanistan in February of 2013. On September 26 of 2013, Specialist Wakeling, while on foot patrol, stepped on an IED and lost his lower left leg. During his ongoing recovery process, he expressed a concern on whether he would ever be able to hunt elk, a lifelong dream. Specialist Wakeling has plans to compete to become eligible for a promotion to the Special Forces or pursue a degree in biology. Second request came from Kurt Lewis, the operator of Spring Creek Dodge CWMU. He's requesting to donate an unused 2013 voucher to be used through the Wild Bone Youth Organization. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to providing hunt opportunities for deserving youth. If approved, the recipient chosen to receive the deer voucher would be Adri Black, who resides in Monticello. Adri was born with spina bifida, which confines her to a wheelchair. She loves to hunt and has been very limited due to her condition and has never been able to harvest a deer. The third one, Wild Bone Youth, a 501c3 nonprofit organization, requests that an unused 2013 deer voucher be made available for donation by the Blue Creek CWMU. It'd be converted to a voucher for a 2014 hunting season. The voucher would be used to provide a memorable deer hunt through the organization's program. If approved, the recipient of the hunt opportunity would be Turner Coyle of Holden, Utah, a BLM Holden, Utah. Turner is a 14-year-old boy who has experienced tough times beyond his years. His father, Spencer, was a BLM firefighter who was killed while fighting a wildfire above Oak City in Utah in 2006. Spencer was an avid hunter and would often take his young and only son to scout for deer and elk. Turner is the oldest of 3 children. Turner maintains an excellent grades in school and has earned his Eagle Scout Award and would like to carry on his father's passion for hunting and the outdoors. So what we're seeking is approval to transfer these permits, approval from the Wildlife Board to transfer the 2013 permits to be used in the 2014 season. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Any questions from the audience? I have one comment card. If anybody else would like to comment, please fill one out and come up. Byron Bateman.
Byron Bateman, Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. I'd just like to thank the division and Scott particularly for this program that is available and the opportunity. I don't know if you all got to see the letter that we sent for Specialist Wakeling, lost his leg in Afghanistan, September of last year. But we've taken out lots of these people over the years and stuff like that. We've taken out 4 Marines so far this year that, these are all combat veterans. I'm glad to report that 2 of them, got their turkeys. The other 2 are yet to be successful. But our turkey specialist, John Leonard, is going to make sure that they do get a turkey before the season's over. So it's a very good program. I just like to see that continue and expand it if we can to give these people an opportunity to get, out and, live their dreams with the restrictions and disabilities that they have. We've taken out young girls, young children and stuff like that, and it's a very, heartwarming experience to go out with these individuals and experience that with them on the mountain, to see them, realize their dreams. We had a little girl, I came to you a few years ago, Tiara, that you made a variation for her to be able to hunt early, and that was just an emotional, just a great experience for me to participate in. So I just want to thank you, but I also want to invite you. We have on May 17th, which is Veterans Day, we have an event up Hobble Creek Canyon. You can go to our website, sfw.net, and you can also click onto that Sportsman for Warriors. I don't know if you saw the movie or read the book, Lone Survivor, but if you have, Marcus Luttrell is going to be our guest speaker at that event that afternoon, and you're all invited to go to that event. In addition to that, Maverick stores, if you go into a Maverick, they've got, Roundup, you can put your change in a little container and stuff like that. All that money goes to Sportsmen for Warriors and stuff like that to help individuals like, Specialist Wakeling and others. So I just, again, want to thank you and ask you to approve this, so we can do that and continue to do, take these individuals out and increase it to more people if we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Byron.
Well, maybe I could comment on that. I know Specialist Wakeling's father, and I attended a meeting up in Montana with him last year. His father's a biologist down in Arizona, and he said, my son just graduated high school, and he was didn't know where to go in life. He didn't really want to do college just yet. And he said, so he told me one day, I'm joining the Army, and this was in May last year, just about a year ago right now. And off he went to Afghanistan. They didn't waste any time getting them there. And I think it was September, I got an email from his dad that said he'd stepped on this AED and lost his leg. So pretty unfortunate. And, here's some young kids that trying to figure their way out through life and making a commitment to our country and having these kind of challenges that they'll live with forever. So appreciate, our CWMU operators that will work with them, our sportsmen's groups for thinking them and trying to put these together, and that we've created a niche in our program to allow for these sorts of activities when they're very much still in a recovery stage, as Specialist Wakeling is. So thank you.
Steve Dalton.
Yeah, I would like to comment as well. Pretty close to me. Pretty emotional too. SFW did a wounded warrior hunt for my grandson. Got wounded in Afghanistan. Almost lost his leg, half up the calf, and almost blew it off, but he recovered. Anyway, they contributed an elk hunt, or I should say Troy Justinson contributed an elk hunt for him, and it was just great. A really good program. Highly recommend it.
John Bear.
Just real quick, I think the CWMU operators, like Mr. McFarland said, deserve a real thank you. And for this, some of those permits are worth a lot of money. And for them to be willing to donate those, and just, in my mind, such a worthy cause that really does influence, the lives of those that have pretty much sacrificed everything. I think is a very worthy cause, and I think we should approve this. I mean, it's the only sad thing about it is that we can't do more. But you know, when there is an opportunity to use one of these permits, I think if there's ever a good cause, this is it. So.
Anybody else like to make some comments? Very worthwhile program. I also would like to thank the CWMU people for bringing these permits forward. And with that, I would ask for a motion to approve the vouchers that was presented by Scott McFarland to the Wildlife Board today.
I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by John Baer, second by Steve Dalton. All in favor? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Okay, our next item on our agenda is wild horse issue and discussion. And I'm going to turn the time over to Kevin Bunnell, and I'm allowing him to be seated where he is.
Thank you, because I was going to ask for that allowance.
I think we should vote on that.
I think I was volunteered to cover this because it was the issue first came up in the southern region RAC. We received a request from Iron County and was asked to endorse their kind of the position that they've taken in asking the Wildlife Board to support their efforts in convincing, I don't know if that's the right word, but working with the BLM to make sure that they bring the numbers of wild horses out on the range down to the levels that they've outlined in their own plans, which at the current time, because of lots of reasons, there's always lots of excuses of why these things get this way, but there's several times the number that are approved in their plans. We've just had a discussion about elk, and if we're over by a couple of hundred, it's a big deal. But these in places that are over by several, 3-4 times the numbers that are outlined in the plan. So there's been, since that time, Beaver County has also sent the board a very similar request, and then Sanpete County actually addressed theirs to the Department of the Secretary of the Interior, but in a similar vein, send out, passed a motion within their county commission to make sure that the issue gets addressed. And I will point out that Mike Worthen from Iron County is here. If you have any questions for what, they've been very active and are currently working with the BLM. My understanding is that the BLM has committed to round up some horses come July after the foals of the foaling season is over. Mike may be able to add some additional details to that, but there is some movement happening. I don't know if it's to the magnitude that it needs to be, and so the counties are asking that the Wildlife Board take a position on this issue in asking the BLM and putting pressure on the BLM is a better way to put it, to manage to their what they call the appropriate management levels as they're designated in their plans. That's all I have.
Mike, would you like to add any more to that? We'd appreciate it if you would. You're fine right there.
Mike Worthen with Iron County, and commissioners asked me to come and discuss this situation. It kind of rolls up in southern Utah when the livestock permittees got a notice from the BLM that they needed to voluntarily reduce their AUMs by 50% because of the overnumber of wild horses and their inability to manage them at appropriate management levels. And since then, the county commissioners have gotten involved, and I'm sure you've all seen the news media coverage and whatnot's going down in that area. But one thing that the commissioners was concerned about is that nowhere was wildlife being discussed, the impacts that horses have on wildlife. And so the commissioners requested the board to take up this issue and appropriately address the wildlife conflicts that horses bring to the table on this. And as has been attested here, the drought in this area is very severe this year, probably the worst I've ever seen. And the horses in the Bible Spring complex, for instance, the allowable or the appropriate management level is 80 to 180 horses, and they counted last fall 530. And the ranchers say that's very conservative. They figure it's more than 1,000 in just that one complex. And so it's a huge situation. The horses are eating themselves out of house and home, and with that comes the wildlife, and especially in that area where we've got one of the premier elk hunting areas in the whole country. And hate to see it where it drops down to you start having starving and dying elk in that area and wildlife. So the county just requests the board to consider this, encourage the governor to get involved, and encourage the secretary of the Department of Natural Resources to provide a letter to the BLM saying, hey, this is what we need. Another situation or another aspect of this, this last Monday, Juan Palma, the state director of BLM, came down to the Iron County Commissioners to give them an update on where everything was, and they are planning on doing a gather in the Bible Springs complex and over what they call the Blonde Wash, which lops over into Beaver and Iron counties together, about 500 to 600 horses out of there. But what they have to do a NEPA document, and that is in the process right now, and hopefully they'll get that done by July 1. It just came out on the street yesterday, so it may be something the board wishes to support that gather in that NEPA document for the sake of wildlife. That's all I've got.
Okay, while you're standing there, Mike, any of you gentlemen got any questions from Mike or any comments?
Just appreciate him being here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Director, would you like to say anything to this before I open it up to the comments from the Wildlife Board?
Well, I think our governor's made some statements to the effect of wild horses, and then he's further clarified those statements through his press office. And so, as a state agency, I think most of that's been said by our governor. But we certainly echo his thoughts on this matter that, it's unfortunate that we get in these situations when we really have our hands tied from being able to assist the federal government in taking proactive measures in a timely manner. And I think we stand ready to the extent that's practical as an agency to help resolve this situation for the benefit of the wildlife down there and the livestock operators. Should we be given that opportunity, I hope these measures aren't stalled through the NEPA process out there, but we've seen that happen on other types of efforts in the past. So I guess that's all I've got to say right now.
Okay, any of the other Wildlife Board members like to address this? John Bear.
Just, I mentioned earlier I spent some time on the Southwest Desert here a couple weeks ago, and it's a sad situation. As we sit here and vote on these elk tags and these antlerless tags, I can't help but think that nothing we do here is really going to affect habitat down there as long as the horses are at the levels they are. I mean, that rangeland down there looked like the floor in this room. The horses are suffering. The habitat is being devastated. And it's a sad thing to see something as neat as a wild horse get to the levels they are and put themselves, literally eat themselves out of house and home and put themselves in a position where they're in such poor condition, and the habitat is just going downhill fast. I mean, it's a sad thing. I really don't know that we could do enough with antlerless elk tags or habitat projects to ever offset the devastation that's coming from these animals. And, like Kevin mentioned, when our elk numbers get 200 or 300 head over objective, you know, we catch a lot of heat, and we have some pretty serious discussions. And these horses are so far over objective. If our elk and deer ever got that far over objective, we wouldn't dare come out in public. I mean, we'd be in some serious trouble. And I think, you know, that it would be very justified and very worthwhile for this board to, you know, lend our voice to the counties and to the governor's office, and, you know, put the heat on the BLM to get these wild horse populations under control, because I was blown away at the conditions of the range out there, and there is, I don't see how things can continue the way they are without some serious problems in the very near future. You know, we're trying to do our best to manage habitat, to manage range, to manage wildlife, and I think it's all for naught as long as the horses are at the level that they are. I think that just the problem is so big it overshadows everything else we're trying to do, and it's going to be devastating to livestock and to the wildlife.
Any other, Steve?
I just wonder what we can do. What can we do as a group here to try and apply some pressure to the BLM to manage the resource? When I say manage the resource, I'm talking about the forage resource. That's the issue. And you know, this, you know, maybe not as quite as serious as what they've got going down there, but we had a similar issue with the bison. They were doing the same thing, causing resource damage that is irreparable and needs to be addressed in similar situation, because that's what the problem was, is it was overpopulation above their numbers, what was agreed to, and it was impacting the resource. But I don't know what we can do as a group to try and leverage some pressure against them to do something. Don't know. County government seems to be perhaps the route. They've got the authority to really pressure them and maybe act on it if the BLM doesn't do what needs to be done. From everything I've been able to learn, anyway.
Kirk, you got a comment?
Well, in answer to that, it really has to come from us. Anything that we say really has to come from the governor, right? I mean, that the governor is the end all when it comes from this board. So backing what the governor has said is probably what we can do. Is that right?
You know, I wasn't sure either. I called and talked to the governor's office yesterday. I said, where are we at on this? I said, you know, I think our board, assuming they feel strongly, would like to, at a minimum, prepare a letter for the Bureau of Land Management expressing frustrations and concerns. And the governor's office said that they didn't feel that was inappropriate for this board to do, you know, provided that it didn't incite a riot or otherwise, you know, appear to be acting outside of the realm and authority that the board had, but certainly a letter of concern. We've received, I think you all know, but maybe for the audience, we've received letters from several counties to this board asking for assistance in this matter in any form or fashion that it could be granted.
So would we just be acknowledging the problem and lending our support to the governor's office and the county governments in saying we support their efforts and that we're concerned and we want to see these animals managed? I mean, what's our step here? Do we need to make a motion on that, or what do we do?
Let me take a couple of things before we do that. I probably should open this up for some comments from the audience also. So let's just back off for a minute. And I know there's a couple in the audience who would like to speak to this. The first is Sterling Brown. If you'll bring your card with you, as well as Byron Bateman and Bill Christensen. So we'll go to that right now. Sterling, you can be first since you're right there.
Yeah, Sterling Brown with Farm Bureau. I'll be brief. Thank you for board putting this on your agenda and having this discussion. I want to pass along just a couple of things. I want this group to know, if you don't already know, that various agriculture organizations statewide and nationally have banded together with our limited resources to have this similar discussion and to exercise some financial resources, among other things, to help combat this issue. And to the extent we can leverage our resources as an industry with what muscle you might have, boy, we're all ears and happy to partner up that way to identify options and solutions moving forward. Part of the story that's not told, as Mike from Iron County said, some of those permittees out there have taken 50% AUM reduction. The other half of that story is within the last 10 years, they already took a 50% reduction. So it's 50% on top of already a 50%. So we're down at 25%. And with those kinds of numbers, most ranchers can't sustain a business. And so we're experiencing some fallout now of going out of business. And what are the ramifications of that going forward as an economy and among other things down there? So again, thanks for having this discussion. To the extent we can leverage our resources with yours as an industry, boy, count us in. Thank you.
Thanks, Sterling. Byron, you'll be followed by Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of our committees throughout the state, horses have been a problem for several years and stuff like that, and this drought's really brought that to the forefront. You've got a copy of the resolution and a letter from Iron County. I assume they sent that to you, to the Wildlife Board, but I assume that is something you could do as a resolution, from the Wildlife Board. But we've invested a lot of money in habitat projects and specifically water projects in that part of the state. And, they're doing irreparable harm and stuff like that to those different, to what we talked about today. And it's too bad that Mac and Cameron both left, because this is an issue that I think we can all come together and support livestock operators, sportsmen, and other concerned, interests. That we need to do something about the horses. BLM said they didn't have the money to do it, but they certainly had enough money to go and round up a bunch of cattle in Nevada recently. I don't, support what they did there, but they had the money and the people to do that. They could certainly round up the horses and stuff like that. And like Mike said, if they are going to round up, some horses and stuff like that, I hope they do that. But we just need to put as much pressure on the BLM as we can to, to be responsible for their management, because they always call on us to be responsible, just like John illustrated here today. The livestock community comes to you and asks and demands that you manage to your management objectives on all these different wildlife. So I just think it's prudent that we as sportsmen, and you as a wildlife board, which represents the sportsmen of the state of Utah and all the other people in the constituents of the state of Utah, is put as much pressure on BLM and make them responsible and do their due diligence like they're supposed to manage. Thank you.
Thanks, Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm Bill Christensen with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Our members in southern Utah, specifically in Iron and Beaver County, have already participated in the RAC process when it comes to wild horses. And we join with our livestock grower friends and other folks that have spoken here today, Iron County, Byron, and many others, that wildlife is involved and we're concerned. I'm giving you a letter that was sent from the National Office of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to the Wild Horse and Burro Advisory Board of the BLM. I'm going to read it into the record. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation appreciates the opportunity to comment before you today. I would like to remind the board that feral horses and burros found on western landscapes today are not native wildlife and are significantly overpopulated on our western public rangelands. Research in the Great Basin has shown that feral horses have impacted native plant communities. The grass and shrub components have been reduced, affecting forage quantity for native ungulates and plant cover needed for ground nesting birds. This can lead to more invasive plant species such as cheatgrass, where feral horses roam. Riparian and wetland areas have also been impacted by feral horses through soil compaction and increased erosion, depending upon seasonal timing, intensity, and duration of use. Water is scarce in many western landscapes occupied by feral horses, and these same horses tend to protect water sources from wildlife use, particularly elk, deer, pronghorn, and bighorn sheep, forcing them to other areas which may be less suitable habitat. Horses tend to use higher elevations and steeper slopes than cattle, which cause a direct conflict with elk, deer, and bighorn sheep's use of critical winter ranges. Horses tend to clip the vegetation closer to the ground, which may affect the plant growth for the remaining growth cycle or for future growth years. It is unfortunate that Congress passed specific legislation protecting non-native horses, further complicating management of range resources, while the conservation of native plants and animals in the ecosystem may not be given the same attention or budget considerations. RMEF has always supported scientific management of wildlife and habitat. Additionally, we have granted millions of dollars to federal and state agencies to battle invasive non-native plants that compromise native ecosystems. We encourage the BLM to use every available tool, including sterilization and euthanasia, to reduce the feral horse and burro numbers down to the 26,677 population objective and maintain the population at that level. Sincerely, Blake L. Henning, Vice President of Lands and Conservation for the Elk Foundation. What we can do, I suppose, is put letters together and join together in putting pressure on the BLM to do their job. Now that 26,677, thank heavens, isn't Utah, it's the Great Basin population. But we are so far above. This smacks to me very similar to what happened with wolves. You've got a population objective, and somehow the federal government allows those things to get far out of hand. And we're there now, so we support those that have spoken and ask the Wildlife Board to join with the governor and author a letter and make your points known and put some pressure on the BLM. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Stacy, do we have any other comment cards there?
Yes,
Lee Tracy.
This is one item, Lee Tracy, United Wildlife Cooperative. This is one item that we can agree on with most of the other, or all of the other sportsmen's groups, and with you as well. We would like to add our name to any letter that you may draft or any recommendation that you make, that we send our own letter to the Bureau of Land Management, that they need to control these horses. By way of a semi-humorous personal remark, I've had several pronghorn tags out there, archery pronghorn tags, and on 2 occasions those damn wild horses ruined my hunt. On one of them they busted up my blind, and the other one chased off a big buck that was coming in. So I'm not too happy about them either. Thanks.
Lee, if there's a guy riding them, they're not wild horses.
There was nobody riding them.
Okay, that's all the comment cards. This came up in the southern region 2 or 3 weeks ago. We've had a little discussion with the division, and they have drafted a letter. If you would like me to read that, I'll read the whole thing in, or I can read the parts that might be the best, but I think I'll just start at the top. I'm going to let the director read it to you.
In anticipation that the board may want to draft a letter, we kind of put something together, but this is a draft, and certainly subject to change if you feel like you would like to do it. So it's just to the Bureau of Land Management. We, the members of the Utah Wildlife Board, having been appointed by the Governor of Utah to serve the citizens of the state and assist the Division of Wildlife Resources, respectfully request that the Bureau of Land Management adhere to their wild horse management plan and keep wild horse numbers at the appropriate management levels, or AMLs as they're referred to, that have been established through the NEPA process. This process serves to balance competing multiple uses on the landscape. We were recently made aware that the BLM sent letters in September of 2013 notifying grazing permittees in several areas that the BLM did not have sufficient funds to trap and control wild horse populations in southern Utah. In addition, the letter asked permittees to voluntarily reduce or curtail grazing their livestock in the same grazing allotments. This action concerns us as it appears that the BLM is asking grazers to remediate overutilization of range resources caused by wild horse populations that exceed established objectives. We fully support multiple uses on BLM lands and feel that ample habitat exists for wild horses, wildlife, and livestock. However, wild horse populations must be properly managed to the appropriate AML so that wildlife populations and livestock grazing are not adversely affected. Many wildlife species share the same habitat as wild horses and depend on the same water sources to survive in the arid desert regions of Utah. Wild horses are known to dominate water sources, especially in times of drought, and prevent or curtail wildlife from watering. Wild horses also consume available forage and cause deterioration of range conditions, particularly around springs or other water sources, if populations are left unchecked. The range deterioration will be magnified as the state suffers through drought conditions this year. Some of the wild horse areas contain premium deer and elk hunts that have been managed for high-quality trophy animals for a very long time, and the associated hunting permits are highly sought after by Utah sportsmen. Many local communities near these areas have become dependent on hunters and hunter dollars to drive their local economies during the hunts. Wild horse mismanagement could surely have severe adverse effects on wildlife populations and local economies. Thank you for your consideration of our request. We sincerely hope the BLM will alter its approach and properly manage wild horses in Utah. And that would be signed by Jake Albrecht, the Utah Wildlife Board Chairman.
I told you you could do a lot better job than I would. Any other discussion on that?
I have a couple of comments. I went to the Wildlife Society meetings last fall in Milwaukee, and one of the sessions that I attended was on wild horses and burros, and the report that was put together by the National Academy of Sciences in cooperation with the BLM to look at wild horse management. And if you haven't seen that report, it's available on the National Academy of Sciences website. It's about 350 pages long. Very extensive analysis of the management program for wild horses right now. And they talked about all these different kind of things that a lot of them that Bill Christensen talked about, sterilization, euthanasia, and looked at the practicality of those kind of things. The thing that struck me the most was something that we've already heard several times today, and that's the fact that if you let these wild horses roam out there and they're left to their own design in the available habitat that they have, that and the conditions that they're in, that they're not going to get to a stabilized level until they've done considerable habitat damage, and the horses themselves are going to be in trouble as well. They're not going to be able to exist in healthy conditions given all the potential damage that they can do to the habitat. So I think that's a pretty important thing for us to keep in mind. The other comment that I would make is that a couple of times ago at the WAFWA meetings, Arizona and Nevada both spent quite a bit of time talking about wild horses and burros and the big problems that they're experiencing. And this is a huge issue throughout the West. And there are states out there that are desperate enough now to start using the sage grouse as a tool to fight wild horses and burros, given the fact that some of the sage grouse habitat is being impacted negatively by horses and burros. And so they're reaching at those kind of straws even to see what they can do to check burro and horse populations. So.
I have a couple of comments.
Kirk?
One is that the RMEF pointed out in their letter, and we probably ought to change our vernacular. We keep calling these wild horses. These are not wild horses. These are feral horses. And I think that makes a difference. It doesn't in their management plan, but I think in our public support, these are not native Mustangs that were here, Spanish Mustangs. I can't remember the exact wording of the, yeah.
The old Spanish barbs are gone.
There you go. Anyway, these are feral horses, and they've become a significant problem, and we need to manage them like the feral horses that they are, not the native wild animals that they're being portrayed as. And second, in the letter, right at the bottom of that first page, somewhere near the bottom of the first page, we talk about southern Utah specifically. But this is a problem potentially for everybody. The Book Cliffs, for instance, there's already significant habitat concerns in the Book Cliffs where we're trying to grow a bison herd, where we're below objective for our elk herd out there, and the horses, the feral horses, are making an impact there already. They're going to significantly make they're going to make more of an impact as we're in this drought. And so I don't know that we ought to limit it just to southern Utah, although it's obvious I'm not trying to downgrade or make less of what's happening in the Southwest Desert. I think we've got problems elsewhere that we need to make sure that they understand it's everywhere.
Okay, so in the middle part of the letter, it says to trap and control horse populations in southern Utah. So if we change that to say southern Utah and all of Utah, something like that?
State of Utah.
State of Utah. But we want to put an emphasis on what the Iron County and the Beaver County people, because that's, you know, the support they want today. So maybe we can reword that and send that out. But we want to emphasize
Again,
the whole state.
I don't want to de-emphasize what's happening in southern Utah. I just don't want to be 2 years from now and having the same discussion about what it's done for our bison herd and our elk and deer in the Book Cliffs or elsewhere.
I think one thing that's important too that he brought up is that these aren't the old majestic Mustangs of long ago. I mean, I personally have seen two Mustangs, one with the brand and one with a halter. So somebody's either really talented at getting a halter on one, or that was somebody's pet they don't want to feed no more. You know, when you see them branded, and I mean, a lot of those aren't even born wild, and that's an issue.
Okay, we've heard from the public as well as the Wildlife Board on this, and I think from what you can see here, we have a lot of people that are very concerned about this, and I am also. I've seen habitat projects that are done in certain areas where you go in and you do the habitat work, and then you don't get any rainfall for a while, and it turns to dirt until you go back and do it again. And, you know, if we keep these horses in there as well as overgrazing on any animal, it's going to turn into a bad situation, and then it's years before that habitat comes back. So we're all in support of it. The only thing that I would ask from the Wildlife Board is to approve sending to Juan Palma a copy of this letter with the corrections that you guys have made us aware of it, dealing with feral horses and all the state of Utah.
Do we need to put that in a motion? I would make that motion that we after the corrections that we've talked about here, that this board endorse, support, and send that letter to whoever it needs to go to. What's the name on them?
Juan Palma, Director of Land Management.
I think we'll,
The
if
BLM.
it's okay, I think we'll also send that to Sally Jewell, Director of Department of Interior in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so we had a motion by John Bear, second by Kirk. He's fast. All in favor? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 14 is a stipulation and order. Greg Hansen, how are you?
Good. How are you this afternoon?
Great. It's about over.
Mr. Chairperson, members of the Wildlife Board, I will be brief. I'm here to present stipulation and order for the suspension of big game hunting privileges for Mr. Brent Baldwin. Mr. Baldwin shot a buck deer on November 12th of 2012 in a neighbor's backyard outside Pleasant Grove. At the time, he had an extended archery permit. The area where he took the deer was outside of the extended archery boundaries, and he was cited as such. He was convicted of wanton destruction of protected wildlife, a Class A misdemeanor, in 4th District Court on April 30th of 2013, and subsequently had a suspension hearing where the hearing officer suspended him for a period of 5 years. That suspension period ran from November 12th, 2012 to November 11th, 2017. During the suspension hearing, the division and the hearing officer both recognized that there were some mitigating circumstances in Mr. Baldwin's case. One was that he was fully cooperative during the investigation. The other was that he held a standard archery permit as well as this extended archery permit, and the boundary descriptions for the original archery permit would have authorized hunting in this location. The extended permit boundaries did not. So this was purely a failure by Mr. Baldwin to double check permit boundaries and ensure that he was compliant. Recognizing those mitigating circumstances, the hearing officer started the suspension period from the date of the offense as opposed to the date of the decision and order. And Mr. Baldwin subsequently appealed. In working with Mr. Baldwin and our law enforcement section, we've come up with a modified suspension period that would end September 23rd of 2016. So in effect, it's approximately a 3-year suspension period, 1,097 days. We feel that that's a reasonable suspension period for the acts that Mr. Baldwin committed, and also is in line with what we've suspended for similar circumstances. So with that, I'll take any questions and submit the stipulated agreement for your consideration.
Any questions from the board members?
Is he here?
No, sir.
So you need a motion to approve the stipulation in order for Mr. Baldwin.
We do, and your signature if you approve.
It'll cost you.
You write your name.
Okay, a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Bear to approve the stipulation in order for, what's his first name?
Brent Baldwin.
Brent Baldwin. Do we have a second? Second by Bill Fenimore. All in favor? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other business. Has anybody got anything that's not on the agenda that don't decide a motion or anything? Seeing none. Meeting adjourned.
Beat.
Jake,
I don't think so either. Well, they are. They're feral horses. There ain't a stitch of Mustang blood in them things. And I love horses, but they're gonna. We keep going the way they're going, they're all gonna starve to death.
Petition all the counties to send you a letter. their support.
Absolutely should, absolutely. And everything else, state grouse and everything.
Oh, you got the 5 county and the
Out
6
there.
county down there.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of dressing down a little bit. You used to be Mr. Three-Piece when you come to these things.
Getting to know us.
Well, I had a tie on, that don't mean
Letter needs to go now.
Have some in here from Stephanie.
Counties pack a lot of clout.
I think this is a huge deal. Leverage it by.
Off for 2 weeks.
Ask his wife to go to Wyoming.
Bratton County commissioners are already involved. Whatever other county commissioners we can get involved with that, Wayne and Sevier, and Paiute, and all the rest of these counties need to get on board.
We're on for June the 7th.
Poppy.
I was really disappointed.
Tell whoever comes if they want to bring a little side thing, I might get with you.
After had to do that with the BLM on the bison issue down there. God, I had Leonard Blackham and Mike Styler, I had all legislative support in the world, and I got them down there. But I still got no pressure on the BLM at all, they wouldn't respond. I said, you guys are the management agency
There, and then
resource,
whoever
why
you
won't you
think-
do something about this damn buffalo herd?
That's the problem with the governor.
Takes too long, you can just have Greg deliver it to your house.
Been the chair for a while, or just
If we had 10,000 elk down there causing that kind of resource damage.
Oh, you're back already.
Get pressure.
Got thirsty.
Todd told me, but I didn't know whether he was on it.
They're not the old buckskin striped ones.
The environmental community, what about this right way? They took away the
Todd
opportunity to
thinks that we
dispose of
could keep that from Dad, but he
You
knows.
can't do anything with it.
I've
You
told
gotta
him,
go to
I'm like,
Mexico or Canada to get rid of a damn horse.
Don't be beating on the nephew when he comes. They vote unanimous in the southeastern. I went to a meeting there one night where they threw a guy out.
I think they were just trying to.
I haven't done that yet.
I attended, but it went well.
Yeah.
Talking to him about Macklin.
Home by 4, probably.
I'm driving down there 65 miles an hour.
I guesstimated earlier, I talked to my wife, I said, well, we'll be there by supper. She said, when will that be? I said, well, between 5 and 6. Before then, I imagine.
Got a lot of packing and stuff to do tonight, so
So you guys are going camping tomorrow?
I'm gonna leave early in the morning. I gotta be down there and tow the trailer. So
You're going 65 miles an hour.
I could see stars.
And you're wondering if your head's still on.
How are the turkeys
instant,
doing down
in
there?
that instant, I thought, I knew someday I'd hit it.
didn't go. We didn't do any turkey this year.
You can't throw much driving as you
I'll
do.
see.
Started poverty and everything.
Mike's on.
I got a horse. And that's what went through my brain that quickly. Anyway.
Bad winter. They should be okay as long
Keep
as
that in mind. I'll give you a list.
not
But it is
not a
so
shortage of
convenient.
summer range. It's a shortage.
If you call the roof right off my Honda Accord.
And in the summer, they don't feed on crickets.
Anything. Oh yeah.
That's a good point.
Well, and but if you have a bad winter, there's nothing for them to eat. You drive them lower, there's even less.
But the point I was gonna make is, that was somebody's winter.
Yeah, there aren't any grasshoppers in the winter.
No. Never have learned to eat.
Yeah. In the southeastern part of the country, we have a plant called, like kind of like a radish.
So we'll send it to Sally Jewell.
Agriculture.
Right, Abe?
Yeah, oh, yeah, well, what did I do wrong?
John Barrett.
I think we should play it actually.
Food plots for animals, I like some of Rocky Mountain. Especially some
See you later, John.
We'll see you, John.
Dugout Ranch, that's all Nature Conservancy now. There's not that much for meat there.
There, Steve Bell.
Everything we can do is
Hard as I can sign
John
them.
Barrett told me about.
These big black chairs? Oh, is that
sign your name here, down here, and we'll, no, we'll scan it, and then we'll just.
Next time again? See you, buddy. Thank you.
For a couple if you're not getting there.
So I really
I don't need to practice that much.
feel this is going to be in the future for.
Runs for about.
I don't know where they want to make.
Most of the people here. Mexico had one ready to go.
I'll see if I would have walked up to the front if I really.
Got through it anyway.
I mean, do we know what is the deal? I never said.
Farm Bureau.
And they've never seen it.